Good morning. We had a wonderful night, polar celebration, but now it's one more interesting day. And please, I invite here Mr. Riho Västrik, Professor of Documentary, please.
Good morning, dear polar colleagues. I'm very pleased to introduce the documentary Ice State by the Estonian grand old man documentary filmmaker Andres Sõõt. It is filmed in 1969 and 68 in Antarctica at Soviet research stations, primarily in Novo-Lazarevskaya. In 1969, I was 3 years old, and one of the authors, Andres Sõõt, was 34 years old. You can see his photo at that age. Today, Andres is with us. He is now 90 years old. The other author of the film, Mati Kask, died unfortunately as a young man in a car accident. My family got the first TV set in 1970 when I was 5 years old. And Ice State is one of the first memorable documentaries that I watched on TV repeatedly. The footage of penguins jumping out from the ice crack left deep impression. I dare to say that several generations of Estonians grew up with this short documentary. From them, Antarctica meant more than just a huge white spot on the map because of that documentary film. Andres Sõõt and Mati Kask got the opportunity to join 14th Soviet Antarctic expedition because the chairman of Estonian Cinema Committee at that time wanted to show Moscow that Estonians can also make appealing documentaries. For cosmic sum, for that time, Sõõt and Kask were sent to Antarctica, along with the equipment, but without any specific script. They filmed everything that seemed interesting to them. Kask joined a tractor train that had to supply the most remote and highest station Vostok. Sõõt ventured to different stations and filmed everything that seemed interesting. He spent long time in Novo-Lazarevskaya, and there he was shown an ice cave, the beauty of which, figuratively speaking, stopped his breathing. The idea arose to make an aesthetic short nature film in addition to the popular scientific film that was an official goal. Unfortunately, there was no color film necessary for this idea. And it should be said that at that time, for making a documentary film, the given film stock ratio was 1:6, and considering the importance of Antarctica, it was 1:10. It means for the 1 minute final result, you had 6 or 10 minutes of the raw stock. But most of the stock they had was black and white. Fortunately, it turned out that the geologist of the research station had 35mm color film. They were given it just in case, although they didn't have film camera with them. Apparently, the headquarters thought that they could use it in a still photo camera. Fortunately, they had not done so. So filming in cave had a lot of challenges that had to be solved. For example, how to light it, how to make smooth tracking shots without rails, etc. And the film was not developed on location in Antarctica, so the risk that the camera had scratched the tape remained until the actual development several months later. But fortunately, everything went smoothly, and Sööt edited the 14-minute film Ice State in Tallinn, and it was released in 1970. This film was accompanied by extraordinary audience response. Ice State was shown in the popular programs of the Soviet Central Television, and it can be assumed the film gathered tens of millions of viewers in the USSR. And as I mentioned, me and my family were among those millions. A few years ago, this short film was restored, and today we have the opportunity to see Antarctica in all its glory from 55 years ago. Let's enjoy it together.
Lõunapooluse väravad. 1000-aastased jäämäed, vaid väikesed tükid Antarktise jääbarjääri küljest. Maad siin niipea enam ei kohta. Ees on Antarktise jääriik. Igavese vaikuse ja tardumuse maa. Kilomeetrite paksune jääplatoo katab nüüd kogu Antarktist. Jääaeg, mis kunagi tõukas merresele mandri rikka looduse. Jääaeg, mis valitseb siin juba 40 000 aastat. Ja ainult kevadel, kui avaneb meri, toob instinkt siia tagasi loomad ja linnud, kelle esivanemad elasid kord siin. Võib-olla ainult järeltulijate veres püsib veel kauge mälestus soojast ja rohelisest Antarktisest. Ellu jäävad ainult need, kes suudavad kohaneda jääs. Jääga jääb endiselt tummaks ja elutuks, kuigi pika polaarpäeva ajal paistab päike peaaegu vahet pidamata. Vaid mõnikord harva kevadel, kui sulaveed hakkavad mandrilt väljapääsu otsima, muutub ta järeleandlikumaks, jäädes aga ikkagi külmaks igijääks. Detsembris algab Antarktise rannikul lühike suvi. Kuid ka need veenirjad ja samblikud, Antarktise ainus rohelus, saavad siin elada ja haljendada kõigest paar nädalat. Ka siis, kui lumetormid on vaibunud, soojendab päike ainult neid väheseid kohti rannikul, mis pole kaetud Antarktise helkivaigi jääga. Neid kaljunõlvi ruttavad nüüd pesitsemiseks kasutama polaarlindude ja pingviinide kolooniad. Antarktis on üks neist vähestest paikadest maakeral, kus inimene pole veel oluliselt mõjutanud looduses valitsevat rahu ja tasakaalu. Seepärast äratab inimese ilmumine siia rohkem uudishimu kui hirmu. Ja ka jääkarud, hüljeste suurimad vaenlased, elavad siit kaugel põhjas, maakera teisel poolusel. Adeliipingviinid, Antarktika kõige elurõõmsamad, kärarikkamad ja uudishimulikumad elanikud. Üles kasvatada väike pingviinipoeg, kaitsta teda siin kõledal maal nälja, lumetormide ja röövlindude eest, pole aga vaatamata kohanemisvõimele nii lihtne. See nõuab pingviinilt rohkem kannatlikkust ja vaeva kui üheltki teiselt elusolendilt. Ei tahaks nagu uskuda, et peagi algab uus talv ja need pingviinipojad, kes pole jõudnud halastamatu looduse vastu tugevaks kasvada, peavad paratamatult hukkuma lumetormides. Kõige lühem suvi lõpeb järsult. Antarktise jäämaailm alustab elavale loodusele uut pealetungi. Kõik loomad ja linnud peavad nüüd mandrilt lahkuma, et ellu jääda, et tulla siia tagasi järgmisel kevadel.
So very good morning from my side. My name is Jonne Kotta, and actually I have two affiliations. So one is Estonian Marine Institute, University of Tartu, but I'm also a professor at Tallinn University, so where I deal with a little bit of technology sides. So this is time to move on with the scientific part of the conference, and we have very many wonderful presenters here, including me. But before going to introducing all the presenters, I also wanted to thank you again, Katrin, for this lovely dinner we had yesterday, and I see it was so great that the recovery rate was very high, so we are still having a full house. That's very good news. So, as it was told yesterday, Estonia is a country of digital things, and then I was thinking that perhaps it sort of makes sense to connect digital to Antarctica research as well. So this is what my presentation is going to be, and it's more like a vision and solutions and not so much about problems. And then my talk is followed by my great colleague from the other side of the globe, from Chile. Nelson is going to give a talk about how research is done in Antarctica from Chilean perspective, so what sort of topics they have and what sort of interesting outcomes they have achieved. And then following that presentation, so we have another talk about another station in Antarctica, in Finnish station, and then it's Priit is giving a talk about the life there and interesting avenues and research and challenges what we have. And then lastly, we have a talk from Robert, and then this is completely another perspective again, so it's sorts of historical in terms of Antarctic, of course, perspective, how humans and animals and all the wildlife has evolved together, all the exploitations and good news and bad news and so on. So, with this, I would like to start with my talk. The title is a bit complicated, but I wanted to use the word digital twin because this is becoming nowadays more and more popular and everybody's talking about it. And then the idea is that if we remember what was taught us yesterday in this, when we had this panelist talking about different things, policy making and all so on, then at least I could see that there are the big disconnection between scientific community and the policymakers. So it's not easy to communicate both ways because we're talking a bit different languages, we are thinking of different timescales, and something is needed to push to have a better linkage of these parts of communities. And the second, so we have so many different challenges, crises, climate crisis and energy crisis and security and a few more in years to come, I'm sure. And then how to manage this crisis. And then if I'm looking from the scientific perspective, so all what we see is that we have sort of reduction of resources in relation to challenges we have to deal. So in order to make it more efficient, so we have to have a solutions for that. And then we have a new technologies that's perhaps not exploited as much as we should, and we have all this big data, and it's so complicated, complex, everybody's becoming so specialized in a very narrow directions, and perhaps there are only 3-4 persons in the world who can understand his or her topics. So digital twin is a solution. So as definition, so basically digital twin is a digital model of reality. It can be anything, physical product or so on. And that serves as an effectively indistinguishable digital counterpart of it. So it's something like a replica you make of a real world. And it's mostly for practical purposes. So it can do anything like simulation, integration, testing, monitoring, and maintenance. And there is even a thing called the Digital Twin Antarctica. So, and that's very recent. But what they try to do, so they try to reproduce a hydrology of water movement and all these things, and they're still developing it further. So, but my focus is not that much of a physical environment of Antarctica, but I had it like in green color. I don't know how well you can see it, but it's an ecological digital twin, and that's a big difference, because if you think what humans are doing, so they're destroying habitats and ecosystems and all the species, valuable diversity and so on, and we are losing it at unprecedented rate. And then we have to protect not so much about salinity or water or temperature from the human impact, but more like a biota, wildlife. So we have to get beyond these physical properties and try to produce something like that resembles a digital twin of ecosystems of Antarctica. So we all know that the Antarctica is reasonably well-preserved ecosystem, even to date. But nevertheless, we have lots of important pressures. So it can come from the global things like climate change, we have acidifications and all these issues, or we have an increase in temperature that can have actually multiple consequences, not only like seawater warming, but you get all the ice melting, and that so when we get more fresh water in ocean, and that makes a visibility poorer and all these sedimentation issues and so on, and then we get a tourist and also scientist coming to the Antarctic Peninsula and few other sites. So, and that certainly has some pressures, and you can also have some indirect pressures of these visits, because we get invasive species to Antarctica. Not so many yet, fortunately. But the thing is, like at new species, they can dramatically change everything of a system, and then from how it's actually functioning. So we do not want this. And then if we don't do anything and thinking about like global reality, what we have nowadays, so we can end up like this. And this is not something we are dreaming of, and we wouldn't like to do a next documentary movie about Antarctica in future. And in order to have a solution, so we have to think how to push this trend to other directions. So instead of having a destroyed seascapes, so we would like to have a beautiful kelp forest or whatever. But we definitely have many challenges that are associated to this process, and this is because human systems are very complex. For example, if we have here different kinds of human activities that are happening in a sea, then each of the human activities are connected to multiple different pressures. So for example, if we think of shipping, like ship is going and coming. Then we have a light pollution, we have a noise pollution, we have an introduction of alien species, so we possibly have a nutrient influx, so we might have oil spills, leakage, so many things can happen. And the same goes with all these different human activities. And then, of course, we have a scale issue. Something is happening at a short or local scale, something is at a global scales or regional scales, and then the time. So something is happening at the moment, something is having like a time lag, so might even pop up 5 or 10 years later, so we are very surprised, so why? And then, of course, ecosystems, super complex. And especially if we think of Antarctica and marine ecosystems, then it's a bit dramatic to have that dramatic changes in Antarctic ecosystem because we have lots of endemic species. So endemic means that these species live only where habitat forms, for example, and then if we lose these, so we can't replace them. So that's the end of a habitat or ecosystem. So we have to make sure that this is not happening. But in order to prevent changes, you first have to understand, because if you don't understand how a system is functioning, so you can't really protect it. Of course, you can follow the trends, but then you're a little bit like in a darkness and trying to guess what's happening next. The thing is like natural systems are not linear. So they're very non-linear, and they normally don't have a solution. So it's a little bit like a weather. So you all heard about the butterfly that does something in Amazon, and then we get the storm here, and then I think it was a Pratchett book or somewhere. So somebody said that somebody should have killed the butterfly, but this is we rather want to understand, because if we understand, we can probably get the causes, and then we try to remove something that is most prominent of this. So the concept. So we have to bridge a gap between science and policy. So the science is very often, it's a very focused, very detailed, very difficult to understand for those who are not scientists. So we're talking in language that's a little bit weird. So of course we are doing nowadays is we are YouTubers and whoever, so we are doing it more in a simple way. But the thing is, like, even if we do it in a simple way, we can't make it too simple, because if you're too simple, you're simplistic and you are not talking of things, and it's becoming like something that is not nature. And then we have a policy part, so we have the big treaties, interesting concepts, and large-scale ideas, what we should do, but we do not have anything in between what says us how to do it, like real actions. So what can be done that is really based on a scientific thing. It's not like a generic opinions that is coming from the science, but more like a data-driven decisions. So this is, we're very much lacking, and these are very data and analysis demanding schemes that needs to be done. Two things that is very important to stress here, and one is, I'm always telling that there is nothing more practical than theory. And this is very, very, very true, because we are all aware that we need solutions, and we need to be useful for society. And for scientists, every day people are telling our policymakers that do something useful. And we are doing applications, and applications are great because science should be used for society, that's for sure. But if we don't have a good theory on top, on below, then we cannot build anything useful, because we can't sort of control the system. So this is one thing. And the second thing is also, we have this Seneca saying this already a few thousand years ago, that if one does not know to which port one is sailing, no wind is favorable. So that means we have to have a vision. We have to know where we go. Otherwise we are just doing stuff. And the vision is something that probably scientists and society should agree upon, because if we think like election cycles, then it's mostly 4 or 5 years, and that's no good. Vision should be like, we have to agree what's happening in 10, 20, 50 years perspective, and then we have to keep these promises. So some societies are better in that. I'm not sure if we do that good. But this is a digital twin model. I would wanted to present to you. This is complete like a theoretic thing, but we can actually do it, and not like in a very distant future, but in even in years to come, because we have lots of elements and lots of understanding how to build these things, and some components are already there. So basically, we are trying to develop first new generation ecosystem models to reproduce the reality, what's happening, and how the different elements of ecosystems are interlinked. So basically what we do, we start with a modeling communities and processes, but this is not the theoretical modeling, but this is like very much back up with the data, real data. And then this part is super important, it's very little known, because elements in a sea are very much connected in time and space, and this part is very little understood. But as soon as we get a bit more understanding on this, then we can go to cumulative impacts, and this is about how humans are affecting natural systems. I think it's like we don't have only one human pressure, so we have many activities, and we don't know how these multiple activities are acting in synergy. So there are no good data algorithm for this. So actually we do have, but it's not yet used as widely as we should. And ultimately, based on top of it, we can start about mitigation and restoration. So this is a way forward. So I a little bit like give you some glimpses of what can be done and what's already there. So for example, first you need the data. And of course, if we go to Antarctica, it's very challenging, because you can go with, or you can live there only a few months, or you can do the research in a very few summer months sort of, and in a very kind of restricted areas. So you have to expand it somehow, and then you have to combine in situ observations with some other technologies, and then it's a satellite observations, for example, can be one solution, but you have many more things what you can done. And basically what you do, so you are going to your location of interest, then you're doing some sort of sampling, then satellites or airplanes are flying around and collecting information about the reflectance of the seafloor in terms of light frequencies, and then you do some mumble-jumble science, and then you are eventually getting nice maps of distribution of species or groups of species or so on. And then this is something what we did jointly with Chilean scientists a few years ago. So we published a paper how you can actually map large areas of seaweeds in Antarctic Peninsula and beyond, using only a few actual samples, and the prediction rates are very high, so it's very, very good. But this is because water transparency in Antarctica is way better than the water transparency here in the Baltic Sea. In the Baltic Sea, you can go diving, you open your eyes, you close your eyes, you can't see the difference because it's so dark. It's like diving in the night. But in Antarctica, you might have like 100 meter or more horizontal visibility. That's amazing. It's like being in space. So very much recommend. And then you get the communities and processes, things what you can model. And then you have simple species distribution models. So species distribution models, what they do, so you basically have different spots of samples where you collect real data. Then you have some environmental proxies, so there are expected environmental variables that might affect your species of interest. So you find some interesting relationships. If you want, you can put on top some functional elements, so it not predict distributions, but more like how the community functions. And eventually you have the maps of species or some sort of function. A few years ago, again, it was not done for the Antarctic area, but it was done for Arctic. But basically, we used all available information about observations, and we predicted what would happen with the most important species of Arctic ecosystem in future when this climate change is going to be like realized, this scenario what we used. So that was a nice paper. But the problem with that sort of approaches is it's a correlative. So we do not really, we are in a black box in a way, or we are in the current scenario. Imagine if something very dramatic is happening. If we experience something that has not experienced in the past, then we are sort of lost. We can't use that sort of models. So I don't expect you to understand or follow all these formulas, but the key point here is, so we developed completely new types of modeling that integrate experimental data with the observation data. So in experiment, like a manipulated experiment, what you can do, you can actually build a scenario. So see, like if-then, a little bit like this Czech presentation we had on Czech scientists making this plant thing. So you increase the temperature or you reduce a herbivory or whatever. So you do something what is not happening now. And then integrating these two things, you can predict cause-effect relationships of something that is not happening today, and then building beautiful, beautiful models. And you can go even beyond that. So you can start modeling communities, not species, because what we believe and what's already very much known is that species are not alone. So you have also lots of interactions among species and species with a abiotic environment. And there are some nice tools what you can do. And then as a consequence of this modeling, what you basically can see, so you can see how different environmental variables are affecting your species. So in which way is it increasing or decreasing, and then how different species within your communities are associated, how strong are the relationship. It's sort of hierarchical thing, Bayesian modeling, so you can very effectively describe different things and control sort of. And then you have different sort of experiments included in this design. You can also predict future with a much higher uncertainty. And this is not the only thing what you can do. You can even go more complex. You can put some hydrodynamic modeling and water movements and all these processes into it, and then modeling carrying capacity. So to understand how much Antarctic ecosystem can resist to human pressures, for example. And then a little bit about connectivity. So connectivity, again, very interesting topic, but the problem is that they have very diverse and disconnected methods. So we have a tagging, telemetry, chemical markers, genetic approaches, modeling, each working at different temporal spatial scale. So we need to have a joint tools to put everything together and look at the sort of ecosystem-based level. So this is completely another talk, so we'll talk about like 6 hours about it. So it's very interesting and very, very important to done. And then eventually you get this cumulative impact. And this is something interesting thing, the meta-analysis concept coming from the medicine, but it's very useful also for ecology. So you can harvest published papers and collect numerical information from the effect sizes, and then ultimately build a matrix of effects to predict what is the plausible consequences of different types of human activities on different nature assets. And you even don't have to do it manually. Nowadays, we are building also a tool that harvests the data from the papers, AI technology. Not harvesting opinions, but harvesting the data. So this sort of thing is not there in ChatGPT. You have to build yourself. And then, if you're happy, you have a nice digital twin management model. So you know where you are. Like this is a point. You don't want to fall down in a pit, because when you are lost, you need lots of energy to get out of there, and maybe it's not possible. So basically you want to be in a safe operating regime so you can control your path. So, but as you already see, so it's very complex, complicated. You can't like communicate that to the policymakers. This is not happening. So what we started to do decision support tool. Online tools, you can actually play these sorts of scenarios. And just only introduce you a couple of slides more. So we built this Bluebio sites. You can actually go to a site and observe it. And then the tool is Plan Voice of Blue. So you can select different human activities or uses in a sea space, can build a scenario, and then next, the tool calculates you the environmental impacts of this scenario on your nature values, what you have. So this is very interesting tool that is completely data-driven and using all the best available information what you have there. So I think I'm almost, yes, 20 seconds too much. But what I wanted to tell you, it's a knowledge and data is a key. But in order to use or exploit the existing little bits of Antarctica, what we have to unite them in a very intelligent way. And the digital twin is a solution. And don't forget about theory. Theory is a good thing. Thank you very much. So I don't know if we have time for questions, or if not, I can evacuate. So maybe I go. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, can you hear me? Yes, yes. Good morning. My name is Nelson Valdivia, and I come from, as Jonas says, I come from a small country in South America, which is called Chile. And now I want to show you two things. One is a very brief and short summary of what we have done there for almost 9 to 10 years with a research center called Ideal. And then I want to show you our project to develop a new stage of this research center, and therefore this presentation is more like an invitation for you, any of you who would like to collaborate with us in this near future. Okay. Next. Yeah, but first I want to thank you for being here, and really thank you. It's my first time in Estonia, my first time in Tallinn, my first time with a makeup, anyways. So yeah, I'm really nervous, and I hope you enjoy the presentation. Okay, so Ideal stands in Spanish for Research Center in Dynamics of High Latitude Marine Ecosystems. So we have been focused on working on the effect of climate change and global change on local communities, marine communities, and also on society and the southern tip of South America. The center started in 2015, funded by a Chilean agency for this kind of let's say, associative initiatives that involve several universities. A lot of people have been working in the center, as you can see. So everything that I'm showing today, actually their work, I participate somewhere there, actually. I think I'm over there. But it's a big team working together. Sorry again. So this is the web page of the center. So if you get bored with my presentation, you can have a look at the web page. And as you can see here, it has a strong focus on Antarctica, but also on southern Patagonia. You can find some outreach activities, for example, a book on Patagonia underwater kelp forest. Even a repository for oceanographic databases that can be downloaded from any place of the world. And we have participated also in global reports like State of Cryosphere 2022 and 2023. Also, some members of the team were in the IPCC report, for example. Another result was our participation in the Ocean Health Index. And probably you know it from Ben Halpert, which for each country of the world, but Chile wasn't there, so we need to build it. You can get a score in terms of the health of oceans that goes from 0 to 100. As you can see, Chile is like more or less, it's not perfect, but at least it's above the 50% of health. And this was done for all these municipalities that face the coast along the country. We have a very long country. You can see, you can count the degrees, the latitudinal degrees here. So we have much room for testing these indexes. Some books regarding, for example, subtidal kelp forest invertebrates in Antarctica, but also history, like you can see here. Most of them can be downloaded in PDF format from the webpage, if you want to see them. Some are in Spanish, also translated to English, or even to German in some cases. This is, I think, only Spanish, and this was dealing with colonization and how evolved the society across not only the South, but also South America after the colonization from Europe. Some exposition, for example, photographic, holographic exposition, so people can somehow feel how Antarctica is. Another book, this means micro tales for children. And also we have an exposition of the sound of Antarctica. And you can also download the files and the books in 3 languages. Okay, but this has to end. Next year, actually almost this year, the center will finish, so we have to continue to make some adjustment, I mean big adjustment. We have until October of next year. So we want to change from ideal to blue ideal. The idea, this is what I want to invite you to participate. And why blue? Well, we know, as we saw yesterday, and actually in the nice presentation by Jona, we are in the middle of a climate crisis, but also in the middle of social and economic crisis. And since the 80s, we already know that both kind of crises have to be analyzed together. We cannot analyze the ecological crisis from one side, or climate crisis, and the economic for the other side. We need to integrate those. And that was something that the research center was not able to do very well, so we want to improve that. And this is resulting in the collapse of ecosystem function, but also ecosystem services, like falling down. So in this border condition of climate and economic crisis, during the 90s appeared a concept that was called the blue economy or blue development as a way to develop economic activities, but keeping in mind and in the center the ocean health. So this is what we want to put also in the center of our new proposal. And Antarctica and the southern tip of South America is a very good example of how these two aspects interact and result in emergent social ecological phenomena. It's a very complex region. This is just the southern part, but it's very interesting because it's very close. I mean, this is a continent, and it's very close to Antarctica. So this is like a gateway to get into Antarctica through Chile. Sorry. And there are many activities there, productive activities, for example, cattle, small-scale fisheries, and there's a huge activities related with touristic activities. Sorry. So how we want to analyze this? We are using the concept of social ecological systems that are moving and evolving over time. This, I don't want you to follow the entire picture, but this means like connectors between human and ecological variables, and this is the potential to generate more connections. So each social ecological system can be analyzed or can be idealized theoretically as something that is moving somewhere in that point. Now, when the systems are too complex, we need to disaggregate them into small systems that are nested within this huge region. This is called panarchy in this theoretical background. Okay, so we want to focus on 3 emergent phenomena that we are observing in the region, but probably you will see that this can be observed also in other regions of the world. So first, there's an intensification of conflicts between different users of the shoreline. For example, salmon farming is growing very fast in the region, is migrating from the north to, of course, not Antarctica, but to Magallanes. Small-scale fisheries, indigenous peoples that were there before all this colonization, marine protected areas are very important in the region and very important for the Chilean development as well. Tourists, as I told you, and there's a huge project to develop green hydrogen over there for energy, to export it to Europe, actually. For example, these are some maps made from the regional government, sorry. These are areas that should be done, reserved for conservation, marine protected areas. You see a large part of the region should be conserved. But there are also other activities, like tourism and areas for indigenous peoples. You know, you can imagine how they overlap. Port and shipping facilities that have to do with the economic development. Maybe you cannot see them from the back, but there are several point lines over there that also will and are already overlapping with these conservation areas. Energy projects are more focused in this part. This is called the Strait of Magellan. So this connects the Atlantic Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. So it will be flooded by these future projects. This is just an zoom, so you can see all this area already entered in the system for environmental assessment. And the last one has to do with and Jona already mentioned that non-indigenous species and they becoming more frequent in Antarctica, but also in Magallanes. We are observing them more frequently. There are not many, as Jona said, but they are appearing more and more. For example, we have shown in this paper that when ocean movement of water, can change through to storms, they can allow some passive transport across the Antarctic circumpolar current. So the current is not so close as we thought before. Actually, in Antarctica, once we found bull kelps, which are a canopy-forming species that occurs all around Antarctica, but not in Antarctica. And those fragments were alive, and according to genetic and this phylogenetic tree, it's very likely that they came from this Kerguelen Island and South Georgia. So they probably gave all the way around the current and then hit over there in the peninsula. Actually, I took the photo. Another way to connect organisms between the continent and Antarctica is shipping, and the main activity relates with tourism and then scientific activities, that moving ships back and forth. But it's not only dispersal important, but also the environmental conditions are changing. This is a good example of these digital twins that Jona presented, in which we have local sensors of temperature. We deployed it in 5 sites in South Shetland Island, and this was combined with satellite information that allowed us to detect a couple of marine heat waves that can change environmental conditions, can be favorable for invasive species. Glaciers are retreating, so there's more opportunities for settlement. And indeed, we found mussels from the north living in sea sponges in Antarctica. Don't ask me how the diver saw this, but we found them anyways. They are very small, but this is a haplotype network. It's very likely that those mussels had haplotypes from again the north, southern Patagonia and Kerguelen Island. So somehow they managed to cross the current. And also in Strait of Magellan, we have genetic evidence of Northern Hemisphere mussels, and they are also even hybridizing with local mussels. So things are happening over there. And the third phenomenon has to do with Antarctic krill fishery, which is expanding over the southern ocean. And why we focus on this fishery is because krill is a very, very important element of the Southern Ocean food web. If you don't see the krill here, it's because they are in the middle, so you can see that this food web has a very high centrality. So most links go to a krill, and then you can see it over there. So if something happens to those populations, the food web can be very affected. Fisheries are mostly concentrated here in this quadrant of the Southern Ocean. And what we saw, I mean, this is a paper from our colleagues from INACH, which is the the Antarctic Institute from Chile, and they show over time that as the ice is retreating, the fisheries are concentrated in new areas. For example, this is the Bransfield Strait, and you see that this is getting more and more concentrated in terms of fishing activities. So how we study this? Usually, you can see that a complex social ecological system is separated in biophysical templates, including the biological non-human aspect, and very, very, very far away from that in the model appear the humans. So that's somehow separated, and they are connected by ecosystem services or disturbances or other external drivers. So we didn't want to use this approach. We needed to use a different one, which is called the social ecological action situation framework, in which combines a bit more these two aspects. This was proposed by Elinor Ostrop, who was a Nobel Prize in economy, and here we use agent-based model. These symbols represent agents, humans or not humans, and they interact in this action situation, which can be only between humans, for example, trading, can be only between non-humans, for example, a fish eating another fish, that is predation interaction, and this is where the magic happens in which humans interact with non-humans, for example, a fisher fishing a fish. And the combination of these interactions can be used to explain why a phenomenon happens. In this case, it's the collapse of a fishery in that paper. So let's see how it works, and maybe we can learn something new today. So we have the agents that interact in these action situations, and then the action situations can impact one each on another. Let's go step by step before the time goes back. Let's use the example of krill. So we have two types of agents. They are humans or actors, for example, fishers. On the other side, we have ecological entities or non-human interactors, for example, the krill. So they have something that's called agency, which is a manifestation of the capacity to act. They can affect other elements of this network. Now we have the action situations where these elements interact. We have three types. As I introduced you, you have social action situations, we have ecological action situations, where we have only non-humans interacting, and in between we have like a transition of these two elements. Something important, is the emergent outcomes of this interaction that can affect the others. Like, for example, in the trading that can affect the demand for more krill in the fishery. And in vice versa, this can affect the supply. And here you can see also these emergent outcomes. And a fourth element, so we get things more complicated, are the border conditions that can be social, political, and biophysical, which will be very important in the proposal. For example, in this small subset of the interactions, we focus very strongly on how sea ice is changing over time, how sea ice is getting more small. So after a long review of papers and also including expert acknowledgement, we came up with this. It looks messy, but if you concentrate in columns, you see that, again, we have different kind of trading, I mean, the economic aspect. We have the rulemaker or governance, which is very important in case of krill, the camelar, which we can also include include camelar, but work with them. Here we have the interface, and here we have all these glacier processes that can affect both the system. And we can also include even ourselves in the hypothesis, the scientists, how participate in this complex system. So this will be a huge hypothesis that will be analyzed like a map, will be our road map. For the second phenomena, we have another map like this. Again, the same structure. In this case, again, we have changes in sea ice affecting different aspects of the hypothesis. And for the third phenomenon, we have a more complex map because these are very complex situations. So in these cases, this hypothesis wants to explain the causes, but also the consequences of this growing competition for shoreline. And again, we have the same structure of different kind kind of action situations. And we are here as scientists. So how we want to analyze this? The idea is to have different working groups that will analyze this different part of the map. For example, a working group focus on atmospheric, cryosphere, and oceanographic sciences will be more focusing on a specific hypothesis and objective here. Another group working more on physiology will be covering this part of the map. Ecology, which is my working group, will be more in this area, for example, and the social dimensions group will cover a large part of this governance and market aspects. So this is very, very brief. This is how the center will look like. We have the three core areas, and here we have the working groups that cover different aspects of each map. And of course, they are grouped according to what we can do. We can't do everything, but at least we can cover oceanographic aspect and atmospheric and cryosphere. This is more physiology, functional ecology, and human dimension. And will be a very, very big group that we call the Science Policy Interface Lab, because the Chilean government wants us to really impact public policies with our research. That will be mandatory of the proposal. And as we saw just some minutes ago, that can be a way to transform this science into something that can impact directly people, actually. So that's the idea. That's a very challenge for us. That's why this lab will be in charge of basically control our activities and to make the interface with the political aspect of, with the policies. Institutions, these are the universities. This is my university, so will be this, like a center of gravity. And these are two major universities in southern Chile. But also we need to involve people from the government. This is the Ministry for Environmental Affairs. And this has to do with Antarctic research or logistic and investigation over there, which is called INACH. This is what already we have as international collaborations. These are the major collaborators, but to this we have to adapt all individual collaborations that each of us have in the system. For example, like Jona and myself, working in these specific papers. But we already have a good amount of international collaboration. So getting to the end, this is the name of the funding element. So it's called New National Interest Research. And that's good because Antarctica and Southern Patagonia is something that the government thinks that is very important for the development of the country, but also for the entire world. But the time is running, it's ticking, so the deadline is next January. So if anyone is interested to collaborate with us, please tell me right now. So this is the end. Thank you very much. Don't forget Ocean Health as the center of the center, and thank you very much. Oh, just on time. Do we have time for questions? No? Yeah? Or intention to collaborate. Any question? No? Please.
Estonian Polar Club and also member of Estonian tourism. Wait. Are you also monitoring the impact of tourism in Antarctic waters, and what should the organizers of tourism, like myself, should know about that?
What should know? Okay. Yeah, that's a good question. Well, first, we have to be very careful in cleaning. It's like try to not bring biological material to Antarctica, but also we have to be very careful in how we behave in Antarctica. And we cannot have, for example, Antarctic souvenirs or take stones or a little organism and bring it back to mainland. Actually, that is already well categorized in Chilean logistics, Chilean governance. But we still want to revisit that with the new evidence that we want to achieve during the next 5 years. Something else? No? Any complaint? No? Well, if not, thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello. Hello, everybody. My name is Priit Tisler. I'm from Finnarp, not far from Tallinn, from Helsinki. And I like to talk to you about summer seasons in very small Antarctic station, Abo in Dronic Moorland, based on my humble experience. So, before I start, I have to say very thanks to Katrin, invited me, and yesterday's dinner as well. And next thing I like to just say, I had a very strong déjà vu feeling when I saw Andres' third movie today morning, and also these nice exhibitions. And there are a lot of change during the years, but there are a lot of things they are similar. Of course, the photos I am going to show, they are not black and white anymore, and you can see there is in one photo dog. Dogs and cats, pets are not anymore allowed for more than 30 years in Antarctica. Okay. I am from Finnarp. It's Finnish Antarctic Research Program, and it's operating in Helsinki under Finnish Meteorological Institute. And the main responsibilities formally are, at first, carry out Finnish Antarctic research activities in accordance with the Finnish Antarctic strategy. It is available on the website. If you're interested, you can take a look. It's a very long document. Secondly, maintain the Finnish research station Abo in Dronic Moorland. It's very small, but very cozy, and I'm going to back to the station later. It's a background photo, you can see it. And third one, arrange field research and supervise both national and international legislation and obligation are complied with. It's a very nice sentence, but it means that Finland has own Antarctic law, and Finland is a member of Antarctic Treaty as well. It means you have to follow a number of requirements and you have follow the law. And if you are planning to travel to Antarctica to some science, you have to apply some permits. You have to say how many people are going, what they are doing, what's their plans. If they're planning to take some samples back to Europe, you have to also apply for permits, and you have to declare how you arrange waste management, for instance, etc., etc. And Finnarp is dealing with this kind of questions. So let's go to the map. Antarctica is a very big continent. It's twice as Australia, roughly. And the part Dronic Moorland or Queen Moorland, you can see in this map, is not small at all. There are several stations. They are all different and different background. I have been in Indian Maitri, Swedish Vasa, German Neumayer, Norwegian Troll, Russian Novolazarskaya. They're all different. They somehow reflect the culture and how people are living there, what kind of science they are doing, how the station is built, how they manage to get water, energy, how they manage to handle waste, etc., etc. And it's very interesting, but let's stay in Abo station. I have been so far 9 summer seasons. It was built more than 30 years ago, and it's 1998. It's located on Nunatak called Paasen. And not far from Finnish station, there is a Swedish station as well, called Vasa. And together they form so-called Northern Shield base camp. So we have neighbors from Sweden, and if you are missing something, you can always ask help or vice versa. And sometimes we are sharing doctor, and sometimes we are sharing our cooks as well. 2002 and 2003 summer, it was enlarged, essentially, and renovated. And 2016-17, some containers, accommodation containers were added. You can see on the background photo, there are four nice living cabins, RBOR, for scientists. And APO can accommodate up to 20 people. We have 20 beds. But to be honest, if there are 20 people there, it's quite a lot. Quite a lot. You have problems with how to handle toilets, water, energy, and for cook it's quite demanding to have prepared food for every people. Typically there are, let's say, about 7 up to 15 persons. And it's summer station. It means that it operates only during austral summers, and some about 9, sometimes 10 months it's closed. And we are starting the season, let's say maybe in end of November or beginning of December, it depends. Today, the station, what we have? We have main building. There's a background photo, main building, and you can see also there are some flags. And depending where our guests or scientists or people are coming from, we are trying to put the flags as well. And you can see there is an Estonian tricolor, has been also already many, many years. I am very proud of that. And we have a different generator building. This year we are planning to change our generators. We have some containers for accommodation, researchers. We have a container for our doctor. We have some containers for gravity seismic labs. We have some containers where we keep our food, spare parts, etc. We have incinerator because sometimes if there is possible to burn some waste, some paper and some food not treated, not painted. Of course, we need some permit for that, but it's possible. And ark shelter, garage for our tractors and cars. And some photos. Living model, it's for scientists, researchers. There are dual beds, typically there are a lot of space, tables. You can prepare your experiments, your stuff. It's quite cozy. And you can see there is even roof window here, but of course you have to close because in summer, well, it's quite a lot of sunshine, and it's very not so easy to get sleeps there. Otherwise, it's quite okay. And if there are few scientists only, it's possible to have also only one person per cabin. It's quite good thing if people have some privacy as well for several months in Antarctica. Radio room, this is heart of the station. There is our communication base. We have computers there. And so far we have used Iridium as a main tool, but we have learned that SmartLink is going to be our next toy. Let's say it's very cheap and very fast, and we are quite happy to set up SmartLinks this season. We have also radios here, and we have HF radio as well. So it's possible to get contact with other stations as well, let's say Europe, quite easily when satellites are not working at all. So if some people are interested to have some radio amateurs, we are very welcome to try to get contact. So I'm trying to call German Neumar station here in this photo. Medical support. We have always one doctor with us in expedition, and we have separate room here for him or her. It's very well equipped, but still we have some training to our members of expeditions, particularly during stormy days when we have to stay inside. So we are showing, doctor is showing what she has, and we are trying to educate ourselves as well. Of course, it's required that all expedition members have passed the medical training in advance. It is first aid or something else, but it is definitely what we're asking people to do. A mess room and kitchen. Yes, there is a mess room here. We are eating here. All our meetings, morning meetings. There is small library, TV, and kitchen as well. It's a kingdom of our cook. Some storage containers, quite simple, 3 containers. And here you can see on food storage, because it's very expensive to get stuff to Antarctica, and we try to avoid huge amount of liquids or glass bottles, etc., because we have to pay quite a lot to take the stuff there, and we have to take the waste back from Antarctica as well at some point. Generators, as I also mentioned, they are quite old. We are going to change this season both walmets. Garage halls, all we are keeping our Arctic trucks, Toyotas, with huge 44-inch wheels. They are quite okay and quite cozy to drive. But we have also 8 ski-doos in ark shelter. They are inside during winter, and we're taking out in the beginning of season, and we can use them for traveling around the station. And some containers for research and science. Here is a container where is automatic weather station, and some aerosol measurements are done as well. Our colleague Mikko knows it very well, I guess. And another container for seismic and gravity measurements here. Of course, Finnish station, it has sauna. Yes, that's absolutely a must. But if you're talking about sauna, you need some water as well. It's not straightforward that you open the tap and get some water. It doesn't work in this way. In the beginning of the season, we are melting snow, but somewhere in December, mid-December, it's possible to pump water from water layer between ice. It's superglacial lakes, taking some about 1 cubic meter to a station a couple of times per week, roughly. Traveling to Antarctica, so far quite a lot we have used the road via Russian Novolazarevskaya, but already a couple of years we have used another possibility, another road, traveling from Oslo to Troll. It's quite cozy and it's quite okay because we can take our cargo directly to Antarctica, and we are happy with our Norwegian colleagues. They provided this possibility. So here's a photo. Boeing is landed in Troll, blue ice skiway, and we're taking our cargo to the ice. And further from Troll, you can use small feeder flights, Bustler, PTs, or Twin Otter. In this photo, there is a small Twin Otter. The payload is not huge. You can see in the photo it's quite a lot of stuff there, and it's not space, and it's not first-class traveling, to be honest. But it works very well. It's a ski-equipped plane. It's a Canadian pilots flying. Typically, the first flight is small Twin Otter plane because nobody is waiting us at Abo station. You just go there, land, and hope that everything is okay. You have only some satellite photos, and well, that's it. No weather, nothing is. Nobody's prepared your landing strip for that. It has happened once for me that we were flying to Abo and made a couple of turns, and contrast was so poor, and you cannot see any sastrugas, and pilot decided to fly back, no landing. Yes, things happen in Antarctica. Well, landing, taking rope from here, and people are walking from glacier to the station just in order to just avoid possible crevasses. It's better safe than sorry. And when arriving to the station, there is a typical view after 9 months, there is some some snow, and the main building is, and you have to open the station, start engines to get electricity, put up communications, and a lot of shoveling, start tractors or ski-doos, think about water, etc., etc. The task list is quite long in the very beginning of season. And here is a photo about our tractors and ski-doos. We have to start them and take from glacier our cargo, which arrived with the same plane. Because weather is changing quite rapidly in Antarctica, and you have to take care that sometimes it's quite stormy, and if it's stormy, it's not possible to work outside. The maximum winds I have experienced was some about 52 meters per second average wind. Believe me, it's a lot. And you cannot breathe, you cannot see nothing. Typically, during summer seasons, there are 3 storms, 5 days. The longest storm I have been at Abo lasted exactly 10 days. But surprisingly, last season we had not storms at all. Okay, summary. So logistical support is mainly provided by airplane, and expeditions arrive and leave by air. And large shipments of goods are transported typically via German station Neumayer, where it's possible to send them from Europe by ship. And from Neumayer, it's taken by land. And we have some tractor and all-terrain vehicles, tractors, snowballs, 8 snowballs at the station. About this driving by land, I participated also. It was by piston bullies from Neumayer to Aboa. It took 4 days, 9 kilometers per hour, and as I said, everything can happen. And here we had one technical issue, as is one planetary gearbox decided not to work anymore with us, but we had very skilled German colleagues, and they managed to change the gearbox in less than 5 hours, and we they follow. After that, we drive further. Food is very important in Antarctica, and typically we hire a cook for expedition, and they have, well, sometimes they're very good, the food is very good, and we really enjoy particularly seafood, and considering the circumstances and the possibilities what the cook has. In Sundays, cook has a day off, and on Sundays, expedition members can cook for everybody and show what they can do and what I have learned and prepared at home. And sometimes during Christmas, it's possible that even Santa Claus is sending some presents to expedition members, and yeah, it's very nice to have something like that. In spare time, you are not always working at Aboa, and you can join, let's say, swimming club. And if you're not brave enough, you can take skis and go from glacier to skiing. Let's take a couple of words, talk about science as well. There are very different projects in Aboa. I have been heavily involved in meteorological measurements, setting up different masts for turbulence measurements, radiations, soundings, etc. There are also conducted some snow surface studies, albedo, snow structure. There are also geologists. Several times I've been in Aboa taking some stone samples back to home to analyze them, and they are studying ancient volcanoes in vicinity of Aboa. There are gravity measurements, seismic measurements, biological collection sample of. There are lake studies, aerosol particle measurements. There are used drones. Well, I think I was sort of pioneering when I used drones about 15 years ago in Antarctica. They were quite simple, but yes. We have sailorometer, cloud observations, sonar measurements, acoustic measurements, etc., etc. The list is quite long. It depends what kind of project scientists have and where we got and what for the money. We have some year-round observational instruments as well at Abo. There is we have automatic weather station at Abo. It's sending data back to home every day. We have 10 kilometers away from Abo is a mast. Here is a photo of this mast and glacier, automatic weather station. And we have also GNS receiver. We have also some reflectors for remote sensing satellites installed last season. And we have also seismic observation 365 running year-round. Coming back to these photos, this weather mast, people are saying that in Antarctica snow is melting, but it's not in the case in inland, in Dronic Moorland. Actually, the amount of snow and ice actually is increasing rapidly. In average, it has so far been about 30 centimeters. Right now, it's about 60 centimeters per year. So I have to lift this station every year by some tubes or something like that. Otherwise, it's gone in, let's say, in 4 years. Supplementary research activities in vicinity. There is a nice photo. I am setting up with my colleagues seismic measurements here, and this is our home, Nunatak, where this Abo station is located. It's distance about 30 kilometers. During season we typically set up 2 seismometers on Fossirik Nunatak and the Blugen Nunatak. We also sometimes doing some GPS measurements and some photos about field work. It's some about 150 kilometers away, field camp quite close to the coast. And I've been there several times, and once when we arrived, storm suddenly attacked, and we were forced to stay in the tents a couple of days. And this is a photo when storm is gone, and we are happy taking some hot coffee and preparing some food, and after when we digged out ourselves from the tents and the ice. Setting up a weather station. Here is also I am setting up this small temporary weather station and drilling big holes to put some surgeons in the ice. That there is one seal is following me, and what the hell is the guy is doing there? Another interesting project is SODARS, acoustic sounding. There are dishes antennas sending signals up to get this information about the structure of boundary layer. Yes. But we had some issues because when wind is blowing, there is sooner or later some layer of snow on the antennas, and we managed to build with my colleagues huge walls from ice and snow, and we tried to different structures, and we had a lot of discussion about turbulence and etc., but the result was always the same. We had to somehow to fix the walls, and in addition to wind, there is radiation so strong that we actually can see how these walls are melting, and it was quite a struggle. One photo setting up 10 meters weather mast. Quite a lot of instruments there. It's typical day for science, let's say in this way. And just example, a very interesting example. It was CMET balloons. Actually, there are 2 balloons inside and are filling with helium. There is a solar panel and instruments and sending up, and when sending up this balloon, it can change the pressure in the inside and impact the buoyancy, and so can fly up and down and different path depending on what is the wind direction. It's very nice. It was very nice project with our colleagues from Smith College. So I think I have done. It's exactly 000. Thank you very much. It is.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, again, thanks to everybody. Very pleased to be here with a fascinating series of lectures. And, well, I suppose from your point of view, here comes another one. Now, I have the controls, and I had a title. There we are. I'm going to talk in 4 chapters on this one, because my subjects and my interests are historical geography. We'll be going back to the 1800s, sealers, 1900s, whalers, and we'll get into the 2000s with a modern aspect. The first 2 were local livelihoods in the Antarctic rather than Antarctica. I slightly changed the title because it is the Southern Ocean where this took place. And in a sense, if you look at history in the Antarctic, you can get stages of exploration which work this way. Those in greater color are the ones I'll deal particularly with. Terra Australis was theoretical. The real knowledge of the shape of the continent came with Cook and Bellingshausen. A sealing period, over 1,400 voyages in that time. The heroic period, continental penetration, exploration of the interior of the continent. Then the Southern Ocean was the whalers' sea. Permanent stations, treaty period, and the most recent use, human resources, are fisheries. But 4 chapters, the early sealing, the 1800s. Now, you have here the continent, and around it, you'll see a series of islands. There's actually 19 of them. I'll use the term peri-Antarctic islands. Shackleton regarded South Georgia, at least, as the gateway to the Antarctic. So much of these industries were based on these islands, and interesting points here, many are beyond the limits of the Antarctic Treaty. And you can see the dotted line, which is the Antarctic Convergence, or the polar front, which separates the Southern Ocean from the Indian, Pacific, and Atlantic Oceans. Now, the earliest days, Captain Cook and Fabian Bellingshausen, the voyages they made. Cook penetrated the Antarctic Circle on 3 occasions. Interestingly, in the 3 places, that went further south, so he really found nothing of the continent. Bellingshausen made 6 penetrations of the way south, and near the 0 meridian was the first sighting of the ice, the first sighting of the continent, which is an interesting story. But apart from that, Cook found South Georgia, South Sandwich Islands. Bellingshausen also saw Macquarie Island, South Shetland Islands, and several of the peri-Antarctic islands came to appear on the map. Indeed, this is a list of them. I can give you a copy of this. There's no need to take this lecture note, but the years of discovery, the years of the first landing, and the first sealers, look where I've marked it in red. So much of the knowledge of the Antarctic and discoveries came from this. At the beginning, it was overexploitative, but there's a better story of this later. The time from the sealers, a less estimated part of Antarctic history. There were 2 species they took. The first was the fur seal, more money to be made for it. The demand for pelts throughout much of the world, including particularly the Far East, had these animals very well adapted to the Antarctic climate, with very dense fur. The products were leather and fur from them, shallow divers and krill eaters. The elephant seal, that was blubber, different insulation, deep diver, takes fish and squid. And the product was basically seal oil, equivalent to whale oil, until indeed petroleum oils were developed in the latter part of the 1800s. Then for food, fuel, all sorts of industrial processes, whale oil and elephant seal oil were major factors. The sealing, fascinating thing, a vast amount of Antarctic history involved in it, but so little. There's very little written. Here we have James Weddell with his ships, Jane and Beaufoy. The Weddell Sea and the Weddell Seal are named after him. He was one of the few literate sealers, 1,490 voyages and about a dozen books, if you're broad-minded, and 24 other papers. It's a lot of detective work to find out where they went, what they did, and what happened in that period. South Georgia, an island where I made a couple of winters. That was a major sealing headquarters, as with Kerguelen, Macquarie Island, and some of the others. But if you look at the coast, you might think Norway here, all the fjords, and these places where the fur seals and later the elephant seals could accumulate in numbers, and with the resources of the Southern Ocean around it. I'm going to mention South Georgia in another context in the next chapter. The sealers. Exploration was part of their story. They were finding new areas. They had one concept that was wrong. They were taking seals at such a rate that some of the islands almost lost the population. And the sealers were fooling themselves. They didn't realize they'd exterminated seals in some places. They said they had migrated elsewhere. So the sealers were always looking for new islands and trying to make discoveries. That's a sealer's map of South Georgia. Quite recognizable. Many of the place names are still around and have survived to modern maps. The tripods they used for boiling the elephant blubber. This is the beginning of the South Georgia Whaling Museum. Nigel Bonner, a biologist, and there's the staff of the museum. And if you rub carbon paper on the sides of the old pots, you'll find they were made by Johnson & Son, Wapping Dock, London. So many of these islands, at least half of them, have these old tripods from the elephant sealers. The first sealers left very little. The main thing they left behind was pegs for setting the skins over the beaches to dry. Kerguelen, another one of the peri-Antarctic islands. Here you can see the part the sealers have mapped. On this side is considerable detail. This part was far rockier, far fewer seals, and far less interest, so it doesn't really appear on the map very well. Sealers still remain, too. The history. Kerguelen at Betsy Cove had a series of graves that, this is the Challenger expedition in the 1870s, were still legible. But the remains of these activities, what logbooks there were, some things like such remains on some of the islands, with a bit of detective work, allow you to get a bit of who went where, when with the sealers. Here's another example. Oil barrels. One of the last of the sealers on Heard Island, an Australian dependency south in the Indian Ocean. Rather bad weather, to say the least. Those were full of oil once. You can still see remains of seal oil in those, elephant seals. But some of the old hearths and remains are around. It must have been bad weather that caused that amount of quite profitable seal oil to be left. There's some exceptional things too. Maketa Cooper, aboard the ship Levant from Sag Harbor in the United States. In 1853, going south beyond the Bellini Islands, which he mapped, had a map and a detail. It looks as though he saw the coast of the South Continent. That's his writing from the logbook. And indeed, landings on the Antarctic. We've heard of Bellingshausen with the first sighting, but actually landing on it. We have good historical records of 5 sealers making the first landings. I thought I'd put this one in for a bit of amusement. I said there's very few books written on the sealing industry, but the fellow hasn't seen very many elephant seals from the look of that, but that's the fate of a sealer, and one that at least did illustrate one of the very few books from this period. In a few places too, this is Macquarie Island, where seals were being boiled, the remains of the blubber, also taking penguins and boiling those for the blubber, you can find what might look like a geological stratum, but that's the bones from the old industry. There's material piled up above from storm, and there's the original territory, the soils of the island, and you can see there's burrowing birds been there. These little relics remain. There's another relic next to it. Second chapter. Once again, the exploitation of the resources of the Southern Ocean, human use of it. 1900s whaling. Here again, we have the peri-Antarctic islands, and those with arrows were major centers of whaling, with South Georgia, a total of 7 stations. I'll show you that in a moment. Again, biological resources of the Southern Ocean. When Sven Fein in Norway perfected the cannon and produced the whale catchers like this, that was the change from the old style of whaling throughout all the oceans, and the Arctic Ocean, plenty of whales there until overexploited, was something like this. The whale catcher was the clue to the modern industry as distinct from what I'll call the Moby Dick style of whaling. These deployed in the Southern Ocean. There's South Georgia again, and you can see there were 7 whaling stations around it. Those are in black in these bays, a little bit like Norwegian fjords. And Karl Anton Larsen was from Sandefjord. The beginning of the industry was Norsk. The 3 red names you can see are places which were scientific stations. Bird Island still going, King Edward Point, one where I was, and Royal Bay. That was a German station from the first International Polar Year. That was 1882-83. International Geophysical Year and other stations also operated in later polar years, but they were all at King Edward Point, the best harbour on the island. This massive industrial activity. You talk about pristine and untouched. The continent, yes, the land, but these stations, you can see here's Prince Olaf Harbour, and to use the whalers' term, on full cook. The boilers, coal-fired, boiling down the whales for blubber, and the government requirements from in those days it was Falkland Islands Dependencies government, required full carcass utilization. So meat and bone were also processed to reduce waste, although it was a difficult industry to say the least. You all know these photographs. This is from Leith Harbour, taken in 1908, and there's the factory behind it. Grytviken started in 1904, continued whaling until 1965, a small industrial settlement. You have all the processes for dealing with blubber, meat, bone, then the accommodation for all the persons aboard, and the ships, the whale catchers, going in and out of that island. Indeed, we're into the realms of colour photography. In some audiences, I have to give a warning of a bit of blood and guts. Here's a sperm whale on the plan in South Georgia. I believe that one is 1962. Now, overexploitation. There was the International Whaling Commission. That was to preserve the industry. In a sense, that might be to conserve the whale. But sadly, it didn't work. This is Leith Harbour in South Georgia. Roughly, I'd say these are crow's nests on the whalers, 1, 2, 3, 4. I get about 19 of those whale catchers. It's an example of the overexploitation that led to the doom of the whaling industry, and the regulations which followed later and slowly. These days, around many areas, Antarctic Peninsula, South Shetland Islands, Deception Island, this one, South Georgia, Kerguelen, and other places, you can see quite astonishing little relics. But science was there also. The discovery expeditions. Here, you had whale marking to identify where they'd been shot, where they were picked up, to get an idea of their movements. The Norwegian side was important. Lars Christensen had a series of expeditions, and here you have 2 maps, 1927 of Antarctica and 1937, showing the results of 10 years' work. Interestingly, Norway is the only country with territory in the Arctic and Antarctic, and the reason is the whalers. Now, 1.5 million whales were taken then. We have fairly accurate statistics for that industry, that aspect of human activity in the Southern Ocean. Now, it's more fish. Well, krill, everything either eats a krill or eats something that eats krill in these circumstances. There they are. You've already seen one. And the indications on that map in colour are the main areas where krill is usually around in somewhat of an abundance. And humanity is going for krill as well as squid and fish. You've seen something like this, where we have, from this point of view, man as dominant, krill and other zooplankton in the centre, and you can see almost everything is taking it, and over the years, human exploitation, with the old whaling and sealing, these are extinct, but plenty of lines are still active for human effects in that region. I think it's a little bit overrated. You need rather a lot of thick mayonnaise to be able to eat that stuff, but it was tried. Now, regulations. The sealing, hardly any regulations. The whaling, inadequate. But the Convention on the Conservation of Antarctic Marine Living Resources was formed in 1980. Estonia is a member through the European Union. And you can see the continent there, and the lines around it marking the areas which are designated, corresponding roughly to the Southern Ocean. Current Southern Ocean fishing fleets, you see the birds are all around them, are operating many, the vast majority, subject to the Convention on the Conservation of Antarctic Marine Living Resources. That's a terrible acronym. Now, the ugly one there is the ice fish. I know the colleague above it. This was a particularly expensive and sought-after fish with quite a few problems of overexploitation. And something, for instance, from the Chileno, Argentine, and British point of view, around the area between the southern part of Americas and Antarctica, was a major catching area for it. But the regulations are effectively working, but not perfect. Here we have an Australian warship off Heard Island. There are still patrols and regulations. There's what are called pirates. There's the irregular, the unreported, and a proportion of the catch is, let's say, unofficial to say the least. There's patrol ships from Falklands. Here's one from Australia. Near its waters, Argentina has them, and Chile has had similar problems. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the seals, more than a century since they were last exploited, they have now largely recovered. Populations are coming back. Fur seals are overabundant in South Georgia. Elephant seals, plenty of them. The whales, vastly depleted, slowly returning. Places like Shag Rocks, one hardly ever saw anything. Blue whales are regularly around there. They're back from the brink. 2 success stories. But let's look at these biodynamics. Here I have a histogram of all the sealing voyages. Remember the detective work where we went going through. We start in 1775 with Captain Cook and carry it on all the way through with a number of voyages. The discovery of the South Shetland Islands. Remember Bellingshausen met seals there. That was the gold rush for seals. And there's the numbers as one goes through. From most of the 1800s, the score 1490 is what I've got. Now look at the whaling. Here, it started in 1904, and commercial whaling was finishing here in the 1990s. Here we have the number of factories, whaling stations, and floating factory ships. But if we look at the number of whales, here we have the black line. You can see an interesting bit of history. The start, the different number of factories, the economic depression. First World War had a great increase. Second World War, there were problems with much of the whaling ships being the Norwegian ones taken by Germany. We have the highest catch of whales here in the 60s. Many previous records have given that as much earlier, but there was a paper in the Journal of the International Whaling Commission in about 1996, which actually gave the real catch from the Soviet expeditions that they've been underreporting by perhaps 90% in places. I think if he published that paper more recently, the author might still be in Siberia. But we have the correct figures on this. Now, how I like to interpret it. Here, 1775, Captain Cook. I've taken it to 2025. This is the old line on a blackboard style of teaching, ladies and gentlemen, as you'll see. Here we have 100%, 200, and down to 0. What probably happened with these over 2 centuries of human activity? One can look at the first seal, taking everything to start at 100. You've got to start roughly there. That's Captain Cook. With the discovery of the South Shetland Islands and the massive slaughter of the fur seals, reduced to perhaps 10%. Then, as the sealers were looking for more islands, here we have Heard Island, Macquarie Island, here we have Heard Island, back to South Georgia. They were bouncing along the bottom, vastly depleted. The fur seal industry really gave up. The demand was down, the supply was similarly going down. And what records we have from biology is slowly bringing it up through the 1900s. And the evidence, for instance, on South Georgia seems to indicate they have overshot. Nature will restore the balances one way or another sooner or later. Elephant seals, there was nowhere near as much profit to be made from those, and there was more work to get the oil. So a similar thing, starting from Cook, a descent, but a slow rise. Nowhere near such damage to those as there was with the fur seals. Looking at the same thing, again, theory and practice to get accurate data is difficult. The concept is very useful, however. The krill, your major predators. Fur seals took it directly. Elephant seals took squid and fish that eat it. So you have a rise of those. And coming down as the seal numbers return to normal, return to what they had been at Cook's time. Now, you have an abundance of krill. So a slow blue line rises with the whaling industry until 1904 when it started. The beginning of the crash, the war, economic depression, and way down till whales are reduced. Now, also back from the brink, they're being sighted in places where they hadn't been seen for years. They're in some of the local fjords of South Georgia. We can begin to see them slowly coming back. They're slow breeders. It takes time. And putting on top of this, you can begin to see the idea of what fisheries might do. Increase the abundance of krill, now decreasing and leveling out. Again, I can't be all that accurate with figures. This is a concept, and I haven't gone past 2025. So this is a little bit of the dynamics of the Southern Ocean. The exploitative periods and the local livelihoods. Those were the people working on the Southern Ocean in these periods. And any questions? Come on, you've got 2 minutes and 45 seconds. We look like being a little early for lunch.
How many books have you written already? You have worked with this subject so many years, have had so many lectures in the conferences and the board of the ships. Tourist ships, so...
Thank you very much for that question. I suppose with the subject we had, we could also include tourism and other human activities there, but let's keep this to biology and avoid ourselves as a mammal. But my major work with the historical... I started off with interest in biogeography. Then, as you can see, I got older and ended up with historical geography, looking at human effects on that region. So the chronology of exploration, that started in Scott Polar with Brown Roberts, but I've completed that, so that's getting on for 4,000 or 5,000 entries, including the sealers. To try to get them into it is a difficult bit, detective work. South Georgia, where I spent some time, there's a text I wrote at that, published shortly after I got out of prison as a result of events in 1982, and that's still in print. And most recently, relevant to the lecture I've just given, we had a seminar in Cambridge. It was 2008, 2016, sorry, I'm getting dates a bit lost, was on the sealing industry, where people, many parts of the world, including the southern hemisphere of Chile and Argentina, and those specializing in the north, dealt a lot with trying to untangle what had happened with the Antarctic sealing industry. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Hele Kiiman, and I'm going to present a small case study, it lasted a couple of years, which was a part of the bigger project called Just North. And I've been conducting the work together with my research partner, PI, Professor Susan Miller from Syracuse University and Department of Geography. And maybe a couple of words about what this bigger project was about. The Just North was aiming to contribute to the change of the future of the Arctic economic development by bringing recognition and respect for different value systems when it comes to the decision making. And the part of the case study we were conducting was called Field Research Stations, Sustainable Development and the Knowledge Production in the North. This case study was designed to examine some of these views of national and international economics versus to the local value of the field stations, and to understand what the inherent values field stations stakeholders had with regards to the scientific endeavor to its and their sustainability and of the knowledge that the stations produce. Through this, we identify some barriers to the field stations' participation in just sustainable development and offer some recommendations to mitigate these and enhance the station's role in both national and international agendas as well in the local communities. And some words also about the field research stations that we've been using for our case studies. We have investigated 3 field stations that are all part of the Interact network of the scientific stations. And Interact was established to enhance international cooperations in science through the building infrastructural capacity for the research and monitoring of the Arctic, and to help provide access to some of the 68 field stations. And due to the situation with Russia at the moment, the network no longer engages with the 21 Russian stations. The 3 stations that we have been working with is the Abisko Scientific Field Research Station in Abisko, northern Sweden, Arctic Station in Keketesuvaq, Greenland, and Nunavut Research Institute in Iqaluit, Canada. The 2 older stations, Keketesuvaq and Abisko, are responsible for the development of extensive historical datasets on environmental processes that are integrated with global climate and ecosystem monitoring, although both are beginning to incorporate social, cultural, and health research. NRI, the Nunavut Research Institute, came into existence with the founding of Nunavut through combining several regional research facilities with the research licensing body Science Institute of the Northwest Territories. NRI also has a task of reviewing research applications and providing licenses as a part of the Arctic College, and its so-called primary mission is to develop, facilitate, and promote scientific research as a resource for the well-being of the people in the Nunavut. Now also some words about the methods we were using for our case study, that we were able to make the visits to each of the stations in Abisko and north of Sweden, and as well to Canada Nunavut Research Institute. But unfortunately, due to the different circumstances like COVID restrictions, station renovation, and funding at the end, we were unable to visit the Arctic station in Keketesuvaq in person. So that we would like to emphasize that the results therefore can't be considered representative of the Keketesuvaq Arctic station, because we were mostly doing the Zoom interviews and talking with our colleagues from different universities who have been working at the station, but not so much with the local people. So more generally, our data consisted of policy and legal data, interviews, informal conversations, newspaper interview comments, and focus group discussions. We used a list of value terms common across all the case studies. Just to mention that the project just north had almost like 15 different case studies and very different institutions and sort of geographically wide selection, so that the value terms were sort of worked out across the project, and that was what was guiding the interviews and drive our search for the statements within the documents and the transcripts, so that it could be done some conclusions of the project just not in general. Policy documents were those related to Arctic science. Our focus groups included different number of participants on the course on the representation of science and the environment within different forms of media, and a group that assembled for the lecture given by us at the location, for example, in Abisko Research Station. And informal statements were from local community members who were not formally interviewed, but who freely expressed opinions to us. And statements from newspaper reports were sought in response to the difficulties surrounding travel to our field sites. Our interviews usually consisted like up to 1.5 hour semi-structured conversations. We had 4 themes for the questioning: knowledge, research, the role of field research station and sustainability. The talking points were designed to understand the background of the interview, the relationship to the field station in question, and their own relationship to education or knowledge production. We were also interested in the physical presence on the field station, what it meant to them, their understanding of its relationship to the local community, and its importance as a site of knowledge production. In addition, I wanted to know what type of knowledge they considered important more generally, that is, what questions they wanted answers to, and the degree to which they may not, or they may be addressed by the knowledge produced by the station, or how accessible that knowledge is to them. And finally, we were interested in the understanding of sustainability, what that word meant to them personally in terms of the field station and its research, and for the local community. Values that individual researchers assigned were cross-checked through the sharing a subset of the entire dataset. Now, some words about these value indicators, but as I mentioned before, it was worked out for the whole project because the project consisted at least 15 different case studies. And in accordance with the overarching project goal, we used a standard list of value indicators to represent substantive and procedural justice, ecosystem services, and sustainability. When we use these terms directly with our participants, in particular in one of the focus groups in Abisko, it was clear that the terms were ambitious and meaningless to many, which was in some extent surprised us, in some extent not. And this was most notable in the terms of ecosystem services. This is the term that are more technical and have specific meaning within the branch of the practice. Our findings vis-a-vis indicators also reflected a language barrier in terms of neutral policy word usage that distances the individual and the more personal language preferred by the participants. It is noteworthy that the value terms that had the greatest resonance with participants across all the stakeholder groups were those reflecting people interacting, discussing, participating in decisions, and taking into the consideration multiple viewpoints. Ideals are the foundation of liberal theories of justice, albeit not always imposed or protected. A subset of some of those indicators that emerged frequently among those participants and in policy documents were actually community, connectivity, inclusivity, and participation. And very often what was mentioned that came out was the connectivity, and it was a different form of the connectivity. But for example, the reindeer herders, that they brought the example that sustainability should be looked at the entire landscape. For example, that you can't look to the certain aspect, for example, mining operation, and see it as an isolated island within the sea of the nothing. Especially in the Canada case study was inclusivity, that the need to hear the local voices or local community needs when it comes to the research questions or funds or topics and so on. And also it's a seen that being inclusive is a choice. And that's pretty much expected. Present is partnership, because this was often mentioned during the interviews and discussions and informal conversations. And the expectations are like, as we do emphasize on the sort of interest in the traditional knowledge, co-production, citizen science, and so on, that there is a lot of practicalities in a local level, which are really like obstacles for conducting that kind of cooperation between the local community and the research community. And for example, there was brought in the north of Sweden that even if the research station actually take action and they reach out, but then this local Sami like reindeer herders, they have both administrative burden and plus practical work. That often there is no time and no maybe clear communication between those actors, and present recommendations to enhance station sustainability and community value. Knowledge production and the field stations fall under both national and international legal and financial regulations. Several entities have responsibility for what kind of knowledge is produced and how it is valued. The gaps highlighted in this analysis point to the several policy areas that could be addressed. For the first, researchers often feel pressured by current stipulations to engage with the local community, yet have little expertise in the public outreach. We recommend that field stations engage a permanent outreach individual or staff who can liaise with the community, both connecting interested community members with pertinent research and relying findings back to the community. Second, the colonial history of knowledge production and field stations as symbols of that colonization demands that the definition of knowledge be broadened. This is particularly crucial at the local scale, where quantitative data from a few points are insufficient to the understanding the interplay of natural and human processes across the landscape. We recommend that empowerment of the local and indigenous voices through the facilitating their engagement in the research process and as experts in advisory panels for environmental and development decision-making should be a priority. This must be more than participation. Their empowerment requires being part of the knowledge that is produced through the engagement with the local research. It requires training or assistance with the so-called rules of play in advisory panels and meetings, and requires financial compensation for the time spent in meetings that reduces their own ability to make a living. And both these previous recommendations speak to the concept of co-produced knowledge. Although this is desirable, it should not be the only methodology used in all research projects. A final recommendation then is that field stations engage with the local community to establish the set of key themes or areas of research. These might change annually or every few years to attract different sets of researchers. Such a mechanism empowers the local community, allowing space for particular foci that would directly benefit the community in environmental, social, and cultural ways. And further, it would also increase community trust in researchers and their work. Thank you very much for your attention on this late afternoon. I still hope that if you have questions, that it can be forwarded to me via email.
Sure. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And I was asked to introduce the next panel, which is going to be about indigenous people in the Arctic. I am Aimar Ventsel from the University of Tartu. I'm an anthropologist, and I will be also part of this panel. But I'm glad to introduce other people, and I'm very glad because at least 3 of them I know personally. So Indrek Park is going to be the first one, the guy who is a legendary linguist and my university mate. The next one will be Vladislava Vladimirova, who is now associate professor at the Uppsala University, and we used to do our PhD studies together. Next one is Liiva Niglas, visual anthropologist and researcher at the Department of Ethnology at the University of Tartu, also the guy I worked together and used to study together. Next one, Jean-Loup Rousselot, guest lecturer by the Estonian Academy of Arts. Then we have Thomas Barry, Dean of the School of Humanities and Social Sciences at the University of Akureyri. And then Riikka Karpinen, member of the board of the Arctic Society of Finland and the Regional Council of Lapland. So this will be the next panel. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Indrek Park, and I'm a field linguist. So what does it mean to be a field linguist by trade? I mostly work in North America with the speakers of Native American languages, severely endangered languages. That means that languages that have virtually no children left who speak them natively. But I also have a very active and keen interest in Siberian languages. Currently I am affiliated with Indiana University, but I get paid to work on 3 native languages which are spoken in North Dakota. Okay. So there are approximately 7,100 languages in the world, give or take. They are distributed very unevenly. 23 of these languages actually account for about half of the whole world's population, just 23 languages. And if we take 200 largest languages, then we actually get almost 90% of the whole world's population speak just 200 languages. So the average number of speakers that a language in the world has is approximately 10,000. So Estonian, by this standard, is a fairly large language. There are about 500 languages in the world that have 1 million or more speakers. Estonian has slightly less than 1 million. So, and you know, the United Nations, or UNESCO, has said that in order for a language to maintain a viable higher educational system, a language has to have at least 1 million speakers. So Estonian is just there. There are less than 100 languages in the world that support a fully fledged higher educational system. So 96% of the world's languages are only spoken by 4% of the whole global population. So what is going on right now in the world? We are witnessing a drastic reduction in the number of languages. Every year, about 5 or 6 languages become extinct, and the rate of this extinction is accelerating. So right now there are approximately 600 languages that have less than 10 speakers left. Another 600 languages which are spoken only by adults and no children. And another 600 languages which are spoken only by the very, very elderly, people who are in their 70s and 80s. So if we add these 3 figures up, we get 1,800 languages approximately. So that's a huge proportion of 7,100 languages that are recognized in the world. So some people may ask, so what's the big deal? You know, languages have disappeared all the time. And new languages, you know, if we think about Latin and all the descendants that Latin has, what makes the current situation unusual is the rate of extinction, language disappearance. Like never, ever in the history have languages disappeared this fast. So 600 languages that have less than 10 speakers. The closest one to Estonia is right across the border in between Estonia and St. Petersburg. Vote, or Votic language, has, as far as I know, only 2 people left. Then another language that is not spoken natively by any children is a good example is Seto. It's a Finno-Ugric language that straddles the border between Estonia and Russia. As of last year, there are no children under the age of 18 who speak it natively. Everybody is 18 years old or older. So even though we have 10,000 people still speaking it, there are no children. So give it another 70 years, this language is also going to be gone. So 1/3 of the world's languages is projected to disappear. Now you can put whatever you want there. Usually they say by the end of this century, probably even more. So in light of this crisis, UNESCO declared 2019 the International Year of Indigenous Languages. There was a lot of hullabaloo, you know, people were very enthusiastic. There were meetings in New York, everywhere else. Hundreds and hundreds of representatives of indigenous languages from all over the world got together. There was a lot of grandstanding speeches, but actually nothing came out of it. So UNESCO recognized it, and then they decided that 1 year clearly is not enough to save or salvage these languages. So now we are in the midst of an international decade of indigenous languages, which lasts from 2022 till 2032. It's called a decade, but it's actually 11 years, which is kind of bizarre. And we are talking about indigenous languages. So now, this is a really loaded term. For example, is Irish. We know that Irish Gaelic is disappearing. There are less, probably maybe about 10,000 people left who speak it natively as a first language. Is Irish indigenous? Is Breton indigenous in France? Is Scottish Gaelic indigenous? Manx? Is Estonian indigenous? Or Swedish? Or Norwegian? Well, with these languages that have their own titular states, like Estonia, Sweden, Norway, we really don't have much to worry about. So whether they're indigenous or not, because apparently nothing is really endangering these larger languages that have their own states. So who are the indigenous people and what are the indigenous languages? Again, there is really no good definition. Every country has their own definition. But there are two kind of frameworks that people follow. The first one is the International Labour Organization's Indigenous and Tribal Peoples Convention from 1989. The other one is United Nations Declaration on the Indigenous Peoples. And basically, these are peoples in independent countries who are regarded indigenous on account of the descent from the populations which inhabited the country or a geographical region to which the country belongs at the time of conquest or colonization or the establishment of present state boundaries, and who, irrespective of the legal status, retain some or all of their own social, economic, cultural, political institutions. So we all have a gut feeling who is indigenous. We all have a gut feeling, but there is really no good explanation. So the main criterion at this time, this day and age, seems to be political. So you have to have been colonized, you have to have become a minority in your own country, you have to have inhabited a certain area before another group moved in and started to dominate. So how many indigenous people are there in the world? The number that I see the most is 370 million. And United Nations came up with it about 20 years ago. I have no idea where this figure comes from. I've tried to track it down. You know, I've written to people. And it seems to be a circular thing, you know, everybody cites everybody else, but I haven't been able to get to the source of this figure. And some other people say 300 to 600 million people. So that really makes me ask, what about like the whole continent of Africa? Anything south of the Sahel, you know, the Arabs, they are obviously, these languages came later. Anything in the sub-Saharan Africa, you know, there are states, and are these people indigenous? They have their own countries? It's a really, really bizarre question. Some countries don't even recognize indigenous people, like China. China says that they are a unified country with diverse ethnic makeup, so all the people there are equal. So even if you speak a language that only has maybe 1,000 speakers in China, you're at the equal standing with the Han Chinese. So like these small minority groups, indigenous groups, and the Han Chinese, they created the state of China together. So some countries don't even recognize indigenous people in their own countries. Well, long introduction. So who are the Arctic and I would actually also say subarctic indigenous people? There are roughly about 13 or 14 language families. There are maybe 147, 150 language families in the whole world, like language families, Indo-European, Uralic, Estonian belongs to the Uralic language family. And then there are roughly 150 language isolates that don't have any relatives. So these are the major language families that are distributed in the Arctic and subarctic. Why do I also include subarctic? It's really, really difficult to separate the two. Let's say if we talk about a group like the Evenki, they live all the way from the coast of the Arctic Ocean down to China. So are they Arctic? Obviously, they have very different modes of living in China and in the Arctic. What about the Eskimo, who live in the very, very north, all the way down to the same latitude with, I'd say, Lithuania? What about the Aleuts, Aleutian Islands? Aleutian Islands lie between the northern latitude of 52 and 55. Tallinn is at 59. So they actually live south of Estonia. But traditionally, they also considered Arctic people. So who are the Arctic people, subarctic people? They are pretty much all the groups that inhabit Alaska, the northern territories of Canada, Greenland, of course, and all of Siberia and Russia west of the Ural Mountains. So in Russia, they are called the small numbered minority peoples of Siberia, the Far East, and the, what else? The North Siberia and the Far East. And there are, in Russia, there are officially 40 of them. Actually, there are more. Who and what is common to all these people, or most of these people, is that they are rapidly losing their languages also. So the language loss is accelerating. Like Jenny said, this language family has only one language left. The other 4 or 5 are gone, and the last language, Ket, has only 200 speakers left. Okay, should we do something about it? I work with language reclamation, language revitalization, and it's an uphill battle. I think for every 100 immersion programs, maybe there is one that kind of is successful. So what should be done? I just cut to the chase now. I don't think we have time to go out and just start describing these languages. This is what linguists like to do. They like to describe languages, you know. They work 9 months of the year in universities. They like to pontificate on some minor, really obscure points in language grammar, while all these languages are disappearing. And then, at least in North America, then you have your 2 or 3 months in the summer, and you spend maybe a month doing field work, and that clearly is not enough. So by the time, you know, with this rate of documentation and description, all these languages will be gone before anything really can be done. So should we save these languages or document and describe them? I give you just an example here. You know, the giant panda in China, there are maybe 1,000, 2,000 animals right now alive. China and international organizations spend about $500 million a year on just preserving the panda. It seems to be so important. You know, the total amount of money that is spent on documenting languages in the field is probably less than $10 million a year, much less. So it's, you know, it's a fraction of what we spend on just one species. And we, you know, there are so many reasons why we should preserve these languages. Language is not like material culture that you put in a museum. It's something probably physiological to us. And when we lose these languages, you know, every language affects the way, I wouldn't say how we think, but how we behave. Think about Chinese language, for example. Chinese has 4 tones. Poetry in Chinese is completely different from poetry in Estonian. We couldn't translate between the two languages. There are so many unique features that we don't even know what to do with them, why they could be important for us. So what we really should be doing right now is documenting. What does it mean? So a good description of the language is a corpus of texts. There's a lot of texts. You know, you just go out, you ask people to tell you stories. Maybe you go out and you eavesdrop when people are talking, and then you go home and transcribe and translate everything. So that's a corpus of texts. Then a field linguist will take these texts, try to figure out the rules, how the grammar works, and then writes a grammar. This is like, if you're a field linguist, that's your a passing exam that everybody will take you now seriously. And finally, you spend the rest of your life writing a dictionary, very solitary job. Can you think one person can really describe a language? No, it takes 100 people 100 years to describe a language. Unfortunately, current state of affairs is such that, at least in North America, there is pretty much a person or 2 people per language working on a language. What is really lacking is audiovisual documentation. So I would say that what we need to do now is just send out people, PhD students, to the field, give them video cameras, give them recorders, and just, you know, film audiovisual documentation and do as much as you can. And once these languages are gone, then we will have 1,000 years to do philology, figure out what's going on, you know, with these recordings. Translations, we can figure out the grammar and so on. And, you know, philology is a big thing. We're all interested in what the Romans spoke and Etruscans and so on. And we really don't know why it could be valuable and important for us. Well, actually, we have an inkling, but we don't have time to talk about it right now. It's kind of abstract. What's the state of documentation right now in the field? In the 1960s, in the United States, at any given moment, there were 40 or 50 PhD students working with the speakers of native language at any given moment. You know, they were on Indian reservations, they were in Canada, Alaska. Yeah, and it was cool. People really liked it. As of this year, in the United States, I know only 2 people who are actually spending a whole 12 months in the field documenting languages. And there are more than 100 languages left in the United States. Siberia, 60, Canada. Most of these languages disappearing. Some are okay, like Greenlandic is pretty okay. Greenlandic for about a decade now has been the sole official language in Greenland, which makes me also think, is Greenlandic indigenous, since they now pretty much got their own country and the language is official? Very political question. There seems to be a lot of racism also tied to this notion of indigenousness. I mean, do you have to look Caucasian? I mean, European? Do you have to look slightly non-European? So where's the boundaries of indigenousness? If you start going from Finland, Lapland, Estonia, eastwards, there's a chain of languages, like a continuance of languages. I would say it's a dialect chain that on one end, 2 ends of this chain, people wouldn't understand each other. But if you go to the next village, and then the next village, you understand people, but less and less and less. If you go from Estonia through Ingria to Karelia, and then you start going to the east. And also people look different as you go eastwards. And at some point, people, you know, governments and international organizations have decided that these guys are not indigenous, but those guys there are. Another question, can a language be indigenous, but not the people? Good example in Estonia. Last year, Võru language speakers, another disappearing language in Estonia, only 17 families left where parents speak it with their children on a daily basis. They declared the language indigenous, but decided that, you know, they themselves are a sub-ethnos of Estonians. So what's the state of affairs in Russia? Pretty bad. There is a really, really good institute in St. Petersburg by the name of Herzen Pedagogical University that teaches 25 Northern Siberian languages. They do a lot of teaching and writing, which is great. It's really a very, very good place, but not enough documentation. The language research there is typically in the hands of the speakers of the language, usually elder academics, and there is very little, young people who are native speakers and taking over. Now the situation in Russia is such that the Estonian official policy is that no collaboration or cooperation with Russia. I think linguistics, field linguistics, should be a big exception here. For example, my colleague Liivo Niglas here is sitting on a treasure trove of video recordings. I think 15 hours of Edelman text speakers. He recorded them 15 years ago. I think there were maybe 15 speakers. Now they're down to just one speaker. So if we end till the end of the war, this is just going to be a material that is going to be a curiosity in museums, but not really practicable. So my message here is that, we need more field linguists. It's a very solitary job in a way, but extremely rewarding to me, at least, as a human being. I get to speak to new people every day. I've established very intimate, strong ties with the remaining speakers of many different languages. But it's not very rewarding academically, so to speak, because in the academia, publish or perish. If you don't publish, you're out. But basically, the stuff that I've collected, I have enough material, I myself have collected for at least 100 PhDs, seriously. And those people who get faculty jobs all over the world, what do? They work with the materials that field linguists have collected. But, it's easier to, again, pontificate in the academic serenity of your study. So thinking just about these 1,800 languages that we saw here, 1,800 languages, 1,800 languages, that are in the immediate risk of disappearing, I think we need some kind of a framework, organization, or institution that funds research, just this documentation of these languages. We need a bunch of PhD students. I used to be a PhD student. PhD students wallow in inferiority, complex of inferiority. They go out and they slave away for very little money. They use the money to pay the language informants. So, and there are many such people in the world, but it's becoming every year harder and harder to get funding. So if we got, let's say, $20,000 per student per year, they can go out there and that will cover their living expenses, their travel, because usually these places are not very expensive where they have to go. That's only $40 million. I think the Panda takes $500 million a year. Yeah. And the International Decade of Indigenous Languages that UNESCO, that we are right now in the middle of, this is year 4, I think. Year 3. There is nothing like that. So somebody has to take the bull by the horns. And there are so many Arctic and polar scientists here. So your institutes, I encourage you all to establish a department for indigenous languages, Arctic languages. There are maybe only 100 Arctic languages, circumpolar languages, out of 7,100. So at least this one group, let's say in the tropics, let's leave them to other people. But this is really our responsibility. And that's it. If you have any questions, I understand we have no time. I'm minus 13. Minus 1.13, okay, that's not a grade. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. With so much special technology and makeup, I feel like I'm doing a debut on the big stage. And I want to use this stage to thank the Polar Club for the kind invitation to come here and present a small part of my research. And of course, congratulate them for reaching middle age. Okay. As you might notice, the title of this presentation does not really coincide with the title written in the program. And when I was invited in early October, I provided the title you saw first. But when I looked at the program, coming back from fieldwork in Kyrgyzstan, I noticed that my colleague Helle, who was organizing my visit, has liked this topic, which is part of a bigger project, and I'm by no means the only author of this project. But during my presentation, I'm definitely going to address some of the topics that this title introduces, and these are coloniality, community perspectives, and social justice. Decolonization has become the new buzzword in Russian, Eastern European, Eurasian, post-Soviet studies and other derivatives, other fields. Decolonization is attributed diverse meanings in different disciplinary domains and political debates. But in Russia, which is one of my major fields of research, in Russia, such debates are condemned as extremist attempts to destabilize ethnic unity of the country. The Russian opposition, in the face of Yulia Navalnaya, appointed as its voice after the tragic death of her husband, Alexei Navalny, publicly took a negative stand on the decolonization of Russia. In Russian media, by the opposition abroad and within some academic fields, decolonization seems to be interpreted as the dissolution of the Russian Federation into multiple small states. I'm not an expert on politics, and I'm not sure if this is to be interpreted as a positive ending or a negative process, but the understanding does not fully resonate with scholarly debates, where colonialism is often problematized in the sphere of knowledge and identity. One of the main assertions of decolonization scholarship is that marginalized and colonized subjects can only be decolonized if hegemonic understandings of their inferior identities are transformed. Indigenous scholars, intellectuals, and communities have offered forms of knowledge and self-understanding of their cultures and identities, as well as critical analysis of dominant societies and economies. In this context, this concept of settler colonialism, increasingly discussed by indigenous and mainstream scholars, including in the Nordic countries, is important as it contextualizes indigenous experiences of colonialism. Sami people, for example, have been pushed further north in their earlier territories of occupation since 16th century by waves of colonists. Colonization of Sapmi, as Sami called their territory, the unity of Sami people in 4 different countries, has been promoted by governments that stimulated first farmers and agriculturalists to settle in the area. Later, it helped loggers, mining, and builders. Settler colonialism, according to anthropologist Patrick Oof, is distinctive from overseas colonialism, which aims both at territorial and human resource expansion as labor force, and by appointing local people as an obstacle to the appropriation and exploitation of natural resources. As historians show, in settler colonialism, colonizers aim local inhabitants' disappearance through assimilation, physical displacement, elimination, and erasure of culture. Coloniality. The structures of colonialism have long been studied, and concepts like Orientalism, post-colony, subalterns navigate scholarship towards better grasping how knowledge and identity are products that reproduce in history the impacts and inequalities of colonialism through racism, identity policies, social and economic segregation, and unequal access to resources. Coloniality has become particularly influential in the last decades in parallel with the term epistemological colonialism. According to the semiotician Walter Mignolo, coloniality points to the ongoing epistemic power structures of colonial logic. Coloniality does not only happen in previously colonized places or settler colonies, but in world power structures internalized into our epistemic systems. Modernity and coloniality are inseparable, and modernity has created many dichotomies that continue to navigate our understandings of the world today. For Mignolo, decolonization is first of all delinking from the imposed dichotomies articulated in the West. Linkages between rationality as modernity and coloniality have to be cut off. Decoloniality emphasizes plurality of epistemic systems and different peoples and suggests freeing oneself from imposed Western modern epistemes. The concept of coloniality is intended to liberate and expand not only knowledge production, but also to draw attention to the colonial origin of the contemporary constellations of political and economic power and their sources. Decoloniality is not returning to an imagined pre-colonial past, but is an alternative future with demasked power relationship and pluriversal ways to exercise agency, autonomy, free choice, and identities. Scholars and indigenous people have for several decades now raised awareness about and debated indigenous and local knowledges as an important and legitimate component of environmental knowledge. Despite this powerful advocacy and research funding opportunities, there are little ostensible results and no popular awareness of the problems that indigenous people identify as blocking their access to environmental stewardship and governance. Existing practices of integration of local knowledge are experienced by many people as a new form of appropriation of indigenous culture. Indigenous people feel disempowered in relation to their environmental experiences and knowledges, as center-located and educated scientists are often in control of the definitions what folk knowledge is relevant, how it is to be documented, incorporated, and used in the future. Integration of indigenous knowledge, according to indigenous activists and scholars, is not a partnership among actors with equal knowledge, power, and control over resources. Projects aiming the integration become rather an expression of unequal power relations that reproduce hegemony over indigenous land, economy, and culture. For example, Sami reindeer herders' knowledge on the impact of predator populations, wind power parks, or tourists in Nordic countries have been often ignored or questioned. Indigenous economy practitioners have been criminalized and their ecological knowledge degraded by blaming them for overgrazing, the use of snow scooters and other innovative transport technologies, and illegal poaching of predators. Such representations, as scholars persuasively argue, tend to underestimate or hide the context of contemporary reindeer economy that is being stifled by increasing limitations of resources, by allotting grazing lands to hydropower, mining, wind power, and tourism enterprises. One-way communication that ignores herders' viewpoints and explanations, marginalization of indigenous knowledge and ecological judgment by externally ascribed definition of appropriate indigenous cultural practices and traditions. Swedish anthropologist Åsa Dahlström describes a process of two-way appropriation of indigenous knowledge in the negotiations between reindeer herding communities and Swedish environmental authorities in the World Heritage Site of Laponia. Through the acceptance of indigenous knowledge within mainstream management structures of Laponia in 2006, it is being put under the stricter control of scientists and state authorities. For Sami people, the Laponia process has been a political issue, in contrast to environmental authorities and the Swedish population, who perceive it largely as the Sami right to culture debate. Being institutionalized in nature conservation management, however, indigenous knowledge is being depoliticized, which will lead to loss of its integrity and capacity to empower indigenous bearers, practitioners, and leaders. Dahlström also argues that from a science perspective, indigenous knowledge can be incorporated through a process of translation to forms useful for environmental science, which means being abstracted from its local and temporal contexts and practices, being generalized and depersonalized and repurposed. In the process, it is alienated from its bearers, who are threatened to lose control over it and its future transmission. Thus, instead of a means of decolonization, as expected by experts, indigenous knowledge incorporation becomes a means of its appropriation and normalization of colonial stereotypes and biases. As another anthropologist, Hugh Beach, has shown, in order to build up credibility in the eyes of mainstream authorities and environmental sciences, Sami reindeer herders had to transform their image and knowledge to comply with the general stereotype of them as ecological people. Hegemonic representations of what authentic indigenous culture is provide means for criticism and continuous marginalization of indigenous economic practices on the ground of not matching the dominant society stereotypes of ecological nobles and pre-modern primitive, or science's authentication. In a number of instances, Sami knowledge poses challenges and is both a field of empowerment and a conflict in nature conservation in Nordic countries. Even when incorporated in nature conservation state institutions, like Laponia case, through joint management arrangements, it continues to be subjected to dominant scientific paradigms of land use and governance of protected natural territories. In popular debates, indigenous people have been pointed to as hindering economic development in the north. Thus, in Nordic and in Russian contexts, duality of representation provides opportunities for their marginalization and criminalization along several lines and contexts. Indigenous rights are interpreted and questioned as ecological privilege on top of shared national citizenship rights, to which the welfare and social security state system provides universal access. Reserving territories for cultural rights, as reindeer herding and fishing, is also questioned against industrial development through mining, the latter that the latter can increase wealth and welfare in peripheral regions like the Arctic for everyone. Indigenous people are thus drawn as immoral and exploitative, hindering common good and equal sharing of state territory and resources. I hope there is no need to repeat that such populist imaginaries obscure the structures of inequality inherent in the distribution of both access to resources in the Arctic and to the distribution of the assets from their exploitation. Particularly acute and resonant in European contexts are conflicts between indigenous users and economic interests described under the paradigm of green economy, energy transitions, and the Sustainable Development Goals. The immediacy of climate change, the uniformity of scientific records, and strong popular emotion contribute to relatively easier justification of hegemonic knowledge and authority in prioritizing certain forms of nature exploitation and economic interests over indigenous rights, nature preservation, and social justice. Many examples from Nordic countries have been published and analyzed. So, in the remaining few minutes, I will here instead present briefly a recent case, or mention about a recent case from the European part of Russia. The case also illustrates how the intersectional impact of climate, political, economic, and historical change reinforced each other to cause near extinction of an indigenous economy like reindeer herding. And the area in focus is the Kola Peninsula, where I have literally conducted field research since 2001, when, as Aimar mentioned, we were PhD students. So on this picture, actually you see the same area from two different perspectives. And on this picture has been taken 2012, and the boy in the front is my son, who then was 1 year old. And this is how this coastal area looks nowadays, or it looked in 2022, 1 year before the company got a license actually to start exploiting the deposit there. Now, this lake represents one of the reindeer herding bases, what is called in Russia Baza, of Brigade number 8 of reindeer herding enterprise named Tundra. This is a map of the Kola Peninsula, and for those who like more arty maps, that's a picture that I have drawn on this area with the territory that this one part of this reindeer herding enterprise uses, and the line marks the migration. Base camp Ketkozuru is very close to the area where this deposit is. Now, this is a very quick picture of the demographic structure of this region, with the Sami being the smallest black line there in this cake, piece in the cake, and next to them are the Komi, and those two groups are both the reindeer herding people of the region. And I have observed for a long time how reindeer herding population in these enterprises is represented officially in statistics, and eventually how reindeer herders comment the disappearance, the melting, or the reindeer herding, the reindeer herd being eaten up by what is locally visualized as poaching, but is the result of intersection of different processes. And here you can see the intersection of processes. I'm out of time, right? Okay, good. If that's the case, I will go directly to the end. And I'm privileged to be sitting also on the round table, so a few of the points there I will also articulate later. So those are just illustrations. Just a final picture, as we saw yesterday and today, a different illustration of scientific exploration in the Arctic. This is how it looks when you are doing research with the indigenous people in the Arctic. It's slightly different pictures. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hi, I'm Liivo Niglas. I'm working at the Arctic Studies Center, which is part of Ethnology Department of University of Tartu. And I'm social anthropologist by training, but I think that by vocation I'm a filmmaker. And I've tried to combine those two fields of study or expertise, and I'm doing what is called visual anthropology. So, and I want to talk you about my experience using a video camera in anthropological research in Arctic and subarctic regions. And actually, it's good to take over from Ladislava, because you will actually you're going to see more reindeer and also reindeer moving and making sounds, because I want to present some short video clips. I have few, but probably I have to make a selection during this talk. Anyway, okay. So I started my ethnographic fieldwork activity already in early 90s. Actually, in 1990, I went to the Nenets people, who are the biggest indigenous group in the Russian Arctic, actually from Kola Peninsula all the way to Taimur Peninsula, and so I did my master thesis research on Yamal Peninsula, which is one of the how to put it? It's one of the few places on Earth where this kind of traditional nomadic reindeer herding is still going on quite strongly. It's thriving even now, although there are lots of challenges because of ever-spreading natural gas industry. I mean, if you think of all the gas which used to flow to Europe, that's mainly from Yamal Peninsula. And of course, there is a great impact from the climate change, and the reindeer herders are actually feeling it on their very kind of directly. But the community I worked with as ethnographic fieldwork, as an anthropologist, was so-called the Brigade number 7 of Iarsale Sovkos, or this kind of a state farm, and it's just a group of reindeer herders. It depends on the season, how many families are living there, how many tents are in the campsite. And they are true nomads. I mean, you can see the map here. That's the migrating routes of this Iarsale Sovkos. So there used to be, at least now there's a bit different, there used to be like around 20 different brigades, and they traveled all year round. So in winter, they usually stayed in a small territory in south of Ob Bay, and because there's a forest under there, it's the trees shelter the people and the reindeer from the harsh wind. There is a lot of lichen for reindeer to eat during the winter, and people are moving around with their herds, but not that often. Maybe every 2 weeks or 1 week. But then, when the spring starts, they have to move north, and actually some of the brigades go all the way to the Kara Sea, and this yearly migration route can be up to like 1,300 kilometers, and it's and why I decided to actually use video camera, not at the beginning, but after being there, after doing this kind of more traditional ethnographic field work, I mean, observing what people are doing, participating in their everyday life, having conversation, fun with them, etc., etc. I felt that there is something I can't really grasp just by asking questions, and even more, I couldn't convey it to the audience or the academic audience, whatever, by just writing a text about it, like an academic article. So, and that, what I felt there was that there's something very visual or even like audiovisual about their way of life. And also they mentioned it all the time, that, you know, thing like that I asked, like, you're young guys, you know, some of them had quite good education, even been to universities, all that, but they tended to return to the tundra after that. And I said, like, why don't you live in the village or in the bigger town? Yeah, but they mentioned, like, there is no air to breathe in village, although, you know, villages on Yamal is in the open tundra, so there's not that much pollution. And they say it's very suffocating to be in the village. And of course, main reason was there is no reindeer. I mean, what kind of life there is when there is no reindeer? That was the main point. And it's very emotional things they said, but I felt that there is some kind of this sensorial side to it as well. And I thought that through audiovisual means, maybe it's better to study those things. At least I could show those important aspects of their life and why it's important for them to keep going as reindeer herders to this kind of audiovisual media. So in 1999, I went back to the same brigade for 3 months. It was springtime. I was there from April till June. And it's the time when reindeer has their calves. So it's calving period, and it's a very important part of the year, because that's how they make living. If there are many calves who survive, then there is more reindeer they can give to the slaughterhouse in the autumn, and so make living that way. But is there a sound, please? So this is just to show their main activity during this calving period, when they have to take care of their herd and make sure that no calves are left behind, because without mothers they won't survive. And there are lots of casualties. And one thing, it's filmed during the night, so it's a polar day. It's around like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning there. And as I told you, main thing what characterizes their way of life is actually this constant migration, constant moving, and that also seems to be is very important for them. They say that's kind of like moving is always kind of a festivity, you know. It's even they get restless after being in one place for 1 or 2 days, and if there's no blizzard, they're like really eager to get going. So, but I just and of course for that you have to take down the camp. Actually, I wanted to talk about another case study, but there is no time for that. So I'll show you just another clip, which maybe demonstrates quite well how close relationship people have, especially children, with some reindeer. Not all, because there are like several thousand reindeer in one herd. But every family has it depends on the family, but they have quite a few so-called pet reindeer. Those who have been raised by people because they've lost their mother. The calves have lost their mothers at certain age, and then people are feeding them fish soup and bread, and so they are not afraid of people. So, and they also always usually come to the camp with the rest of the herd whenever the herd is driven to the campsite, in order that people could select kind of draft animals to pull their sleds. So this is. Okay, I should stop. That's another just 1,000 kilometers southwards. There is another group of linnets, so-called forest linnets, but I can't talk about them. So for that you have to come back in maybe 40 years for another celebration of Polar Club. But anyway, what I just, what I want to say as a conclusion is that at least I find this kind of using video camera, and not only using it as a research tool to capture like field material and to study it later and analyze and all that, or to illustrate something, but it's it's the end product of it. Also, it's very important that actually it's the way the film is the way of conveying those research findings also. So while you edit, it's also kind of analyzing the material. So it's kind of similar to writing a monograph or an article that you concentrate, but you try to maintain important aspects what you want to tell to the audience. And of course, and what I like this way of doing research with people is that actually it's easier to give something back to the communities you work with, because everybody likes to be filmed. You know, we see what's going on in the social media. You know, the people like their images, and it's something they can relate very easily. If you write an article in English, academic article, very few, if not any of those reindeer herders could enjoy it, so to speak. But even if they don't like my way of doing film or editing or whatever, at least they have kind of souvenir, something, they see familiar faces, etc., etc. So it's. I always feel that it's. I feel less. How to put it? Because as anthropologist or science, you know, it's. You always feel that you give too little back. You get all these things. You get your career, you get your salary, all that, but it's always you have this guilty feeling that I'm kind of using them, and this, you know, it's. The guilty feeling is smaller, so to speak. But thank you anyway, and sorry for taking too long.
So, dear Polar Fellow, dear Tropical Fellows, too. I see some, at least some mixed, yeah. But seriously, I want to say also thank you for the invitation to be here, and I am glad to stress that Catherine has done so much for all of us that I don't know how to say thank you, but it is she was so important, and that we won't forget that conference so fast. I show you the first picture of a native North American who was seen by Bering, by Vitus Bering, when he was, after he had reached America for the first time in 1741. And on the way back, they met nobody. In his first trip 20 years before, he met, same thing, no Americans, as they were calling the native people. But suddenly, on the way back, he met that gentleman, which is interesting because it is a Aleut and seriously drawn by a seaman, probably by Sven Waxel, who was the second in command at the Bering expedition. What is so typical? It is, for example, of course, the kayak first here. It is a kayak with a bow which is open, like a mouth. So the kayak is a mythical animal which is helping the hunter to be successful as the hunt. The kayak is hunting with him. What is also typical of the Aleut is that paddle, which is a double paddle. So it is not a single paddle, but a double paddle. And the other thing, it is that bird's pair. It is probably a bird which was caught here. And last thing, he is wearing a visor. So all those things are typical Aleuts and were already seen with the first trip, not the first trip, but at the first encounter with a Aleut. Oh, excuse me. That it was somewhere here where they met that gentleman in his kayak. On his first trip, Bering went up to past the Bering Strait and come back without seeing America. So at least he could say after that trip that it was no connection between the two continents, but it was a strait. Then after that trip, numerous fur trader left Kamchatka, left Petropavlovsk for trips to America, to the coast of America, where they were, excuse me, I'm pressing the wrong button, where they were buying sea otter fur. It was the most expensive fur at that time, and it was sold in China. So, after in the second half of the 18th century, it is the time of the scientific travels. And the most famous one is one of Captain James Cook. And here I show on this map where he was with his ships in 1798. He crossed the Bering Strait, traveled around upstairs, and then visited at least two villages on the American coast. So one to give you an impression, on the American coast, The forests are very dense, and the North American native learn to build big houses. You see the size of the people and the size of that houses. We are inside of a house. Of course, a clan or roughly 6 families are living in that house, but the single families are very small. They have just 1 or 2 children. What is interesting from a social point of view, we see on the left the men, in the middle, women are cooking, and they use boxes, wooden boxes to cook. They did not know potteries in that time. And on the right, you see children and women. But maybe what is even more interesting or impressive is that all those containers which are on the wall and those fish hanging, drying there, all those containers, those are full of food, clothing, and beddings and things like that. And the box can look like this one here. It is a box which is waterproof and insect-proof. So no moths are going inside and so on. The box is also made in an interesting way. It has a bottom and a cover, of course, but the wall is made of one piece. And that wall, that square wall, is made of one piece, is made with banded wood. So it is a special type of construction. And I repeat, it is using its cooking pot, as we saw before, and as container for valuable things. And also as a coffin. Here I am showing a shaman which had just left this life, and he is in his coffin. So in one of those coffins that we saw on the first drawing, and he is suffering a lot, like every shaman, but he is come back to the human being, as I have wrote here, in a different, as a different person. This drawing is from a different expedition. It is no more from Captain Cook, but from La Pérouse here. La Pérouse made a long, a very interesting expedition about 5-8 years after Captain Cook. And he had also an artist, or 3 artists making drawing of the situation. And here we see something which is typical. People, Europeans, are bringing items to the Native Americans. And what are those items? Mainly knives or axes. And what they are holding here, that it is not so clear what is that, it is mirrors. So the people are seeing themselves for the mirrors. But the tools, the iron knives, the iron pots, cooking pots, and the axes were the most important and has changed the life of those people. What we can add also, looking at those, this type of drawings, is that what the artist has put on paper, drawn on paper, the captain or other officer or observers had written in their diaries. So we have a kind of explanation through the text of the diaries, and the third place where we can see the things, it is in those early collections which are in many European cities, and which were, of course, exchanged with the early, or sold to the early museums, or exchanged with a private collector with cabinet of curiosities. That other drawing of La Pérouse is also interesting because it is showing a different type of settlement. It is the camp on the river where the people catch the salmon, dry it, and use also the dugouts that we see in the foreground. And interesting is that those two seamen, a European here, and next to him, the Tlingit Indian seamen, are discussing how that ship was built and could be loaded, and so those explanations can be seen also in the diaries. So one other things which happen with the time is that the native people here, Inupiaq from North Alaska, are bringing to the ship what they want to sell. So first they make that sign, it means peace. You see, I hold my hands up and they are empty. I'm not holding weapons. So I am not a danger. Don't shoot at me. And then the other one try to exchange that fur for a knife or an axe. And the last one on the right is selling his weapons. So I want to show you some of the weapons collected by Captain Cook here, or by his people. Those 5 weapons I'm showing here are in Bern, so in Switzerland. Okay, what is interesting is that we have on the left a harpoon of a spear of a very special type to catch birds. So if you miss the bird with the axe, with the medium point, you may catch it, the wing or the legs, with the lateral spikes. The other harpoon or spears on the right, they have different function, changing with the type of animal you are attacking. I give a little explanation of that picture. So here we have some arrows, and 4, as you see, I choose 4 different ones. And the second one is blunt. It is an arrow which is just knocking down a bird to keep the skin, the plumage of the bird, to make wonderful clothing which are warm, light, and soft. But the 3 other weapons, so the 2 on the right especially, are to kill animals, and they are long-range weapons. So the harpoon, the spear we saw before, are very close to the animal, and those one here are shot at a distance of 30 or 50 meters. You cannot shoot a bear which has a thick fur with a short weapon like what is here. You have to pierce the fur of the bear. It is quite 10, 15 centimeters, and then the fat of the bear, depends of the season, but if it is the end of the summer, he is fat, and then you have to reach his heart. So it is a long way for the arrow. So they have different arrows, like the first one here, which is able to reach that far. So I have a contemporary Russian drawing here showing 3 warriors who are wearing walrus armor. So a kind of shield here, those two, and the armor. And it's been, I have 40 seconds no, only. Hey, it's only 40. Okay, I show you the next picture. So that armor is again on the right here. And the reason why people had conflict is that they were willing to hunt on the same place. So I am going to do, like my colleagues before, I show you the picture very fast, yeah. So they were making masks and they were making boxes. It is what I want to say here. And the boxes on the right is telling a story. You open it, the story continues. So it is a kind of archive. It's a pictogram which is giving the story of the people. And then here we have 2 masks, and they are masks of women. That part here is suggesting that we are seeing 2 women. And then when you go bird hunting, you have a spirit of the bird which is hidden on the back of the bird. It is that Inua, it is called in Inuktitut. And it is that bird, you try not to hurt it. Okay. And then now, it is the labrets that we saw before. It is a rite of passage, so the people become adult and they put those decorations. The women also, and that head is in the exhibit in the Maritime Museum, and it is showing something fantastic. The exterior of the head here is waterproof. What is below is waterproof. So you have a top head twice, which is waterproof, a perfectly made, but just a top head. So do I am finished? Oh, yeah. Here I put all, because I speak about diversion, I speak all the, I list all the museums that I have studied in my life, and I have spent 25 years in Munich, where the collection is also from the time of those first explorers, and Krusenstern and Kotzebue and Wrangel. So those 3 names that I didn't mention before, because I spoke about the earlier expeditions. Those 3 names are the last, yeah. And then I wanted to say thank you for your patience and to suggest that it is amazing what we discover with those early collections, what we discover, what the people were able to make with iron tools and so on. So before the speakers were speaking about today people, I had also that picture to say goodbye. I want to say that today, all those young people, it is a school break. It is a school here. It's a school break. They play on the playground of the school, and it is -30 or so, and they are They are not going to be hunter, fisher, and so, but they are going to be a tourist guide or people who are organizing camps for the youth who are coming from the south and will want to spend the summer, sometimes the winter, in the north. So they are, of course, losing the knowledge of their parents and grandparents, but they are also cultural animator. They speak about their culture. So thank you.
No, I'm a geographer and I love maps. And I think this is a particularly nice map, which dates to 1895, so it's not really that long ago. And even then, the Arctic was an unknown region. While that's not the case today, what is still the case is that the Arctic is a very challenging region for scientists to work within. There are vast differences, vast distances, there are challenging climatic conditions, multiple jurisdictions. And of course, the Russian invasion of Ukraine has complicated this picture even further, whereby scientists' abilities to understand what's happening across the circumpolar world has been limited, with all of the restrictions now in place on working and coordinating or cooperating with Russian scientists or entities. And that in itself hinders our ability to be able to more accurately forecast what's happening with regards to climate change and how that might affect not just the Arctic, but other areas in the world. And another map. And this red line here shows the operational boundary that the Arctic Council uses for its biodiversity related activities. It's a huge area, covers something like 32 million square kilometers. So it just gives you an idea of the vast distances and the areas in question. And that little red dot, that's where I'm sitting now in Ocker in the north of Iceland. So perhaps the key challenge that we face in this huge area is how do we shorten the time between detection and response? In other words, how do we, as soon as we detect some changes that may have an impact climatically, on ecosystems, on biodiversity, and how do we detect that and then in a relatively short enough time assess it and come with suggested management or scientific advice or recommendations to decision makers. So how do we shorten the time between detect something and we're able to respond appropriately? So that's the key challenge, I think, in this huge area. I mentioned the Arctic Council earlier, and that's, as I said, where I worked for many years. And this is the primary intergovernmental forum in the Arctic. And it's the main body whereby both Arctic and non-Arctic states come together to discuss issues of common concern when it comes to Arctic issues. It's a unique organization in many ways in that you have 8 Arctic states, the Nordic states, Canada, the US, and of course Russia. But you also have the indigenous organizations who are known as permanent participants, and there are 6 of them. And they have a seat at the table with the Arctic states. They don't have voting rights, as the Arctic Council is a consensus-based decision-making body, but all decisions that the Council may come to, they're obliged to consult with the indigenous people organizations before those decisions are taken. So it means that they have a very good position in which to influence the work of the Council and what it does. And they've been hugely influential in helping determine the direction that the Council takes when it comes to biodiversity monitoring, for example, and other issues. You have a whole range then of non-Arctic states which also participate in the Arctic Council, from Europe, from Asia and elsewhere. And they're observer states because they observe. They're allowed to participate in scientific work in the Council, but they don't have any sort of say or voice when it comes to decision making or discussing issues with relation to policy. And this map here shows you all the member states in blue of the Arctic Council, and then it shows you those observer states. You have that group of European states that have been members to the Arctic Council for many years. More recently, other European states, such as Ireland, have applied for membership, but that hasn't yet been successful. And then you have a group in Asia of more recent observer states, where you have China, you have India, you have the Republic of Korea, you have Japan, and you have Singapore. Now, all of these states have an interest in Arctic issues, both economic and environmental. For example, in the case of Singapore, one of the world's larger shipping states, the shortening of shipping routes due to melting sea ice in the Arctic has a direct impact upon their economy. So as a result, they're interested in what happens there. Of course, a big challenge when it comes to managing Arctic issues is, at least in the context of the Arctic Council, is how long powers such as India or China will be content to be observers to the Council, just contributing on science issues, while the other Arctic states say, this is our backyard, we decide what happens here. So that's a distinct tug of war that's been made even more complex by the Russian invasion of Ukraine, whereby Russia works with other interested Arctic states, and it's a challenging process at the moment, and it's going to be really interesting to see how that develops in the coming years. And even with the recent election of Trump in the US and his denial of climate change the last time that he was president, what impact will that have on these types of cooperation? Now, the Arctic Council as an entity has by and large managed to escape a lot of the geopolitical forces that have been at play throughout the Cold War and others. And even though it was Russia that originally proposed the establishment of what ultimately became the Arctic Council. But I think now that time is gone, and it's no longer an exception to the rule, and we begin to see very challenging processes at work. And all of this bites down upon science and our understanding of what's happening in the Arctic, and our ability to see, okay, what will happen here? How will it affect other people? What's happening with ocean acidification? What's happening with melting glaciers in Greenland? All of these things, they're of common universal concern. And now our inability to access all of the Arctic to properly understand the status and trends that are happening is becoming ever more challenging. But those challenges aside, what the Arctic Council has put into place over the last number of years is a process whereby it has established a circumpolar biodiversity monitoring program whose task or whose goal is to monitor changes happening in the Arctic, assess those changes, and then produce recommendations that go to the Arctic states and non-Arctic states and other relevant parties on what might be done in response to those changes. So in 2013, the Arctic Council produced the first ever circumpolar assessment of the status and trends of Arctic biodiversity. There were several hundred scientists and indigenous experts involved in that great undertaking, and it produced for the first time a baseline of existing knowledge. So we could see where there are gaps in our knowledge, we could see where there were trends beginning to happen, and it helped to focus our attention on where we should monitor, where we should pay more attention to. And as the Arctic Council produced this remarkable report, they also developed what is known as the Circumpolar Biodiversity Monitoring Program, the CBMP. And the purpose of this monitoring program is to act as the engine that drives that baseline produced in the Arctic Biodiversity Assessment forward, so that it can help us produce quicker, more agile and more direct or focused assessments as we try and see where trends are having an impact or where changes might be happening. The way that they devised this monitoring program is that after many years of discussion with scientists across the Arctic and with scientists from outside the Arctic and with indigenous peoples, they identified a series of what they call focal ecosystem components in each of the 4 ecosystem types: freshwater, terrestrial, monitoring, and coastal. And the idea being that if there was a change in the status and trends of a particular focal ecosystem component, and that indicated something was at work and perhaps we needed to pay closer attention to it. And it was through assessing and monitoring and assessing these types of ecosystem components that we would then develop a series of more targeted, focused assessments to try and understand what we're seeing on the ground, and based upon those assessments then to deliver recommendations and advice to Arctic states and others on actions that might be taken in response. These 4 ecosystem plans were developed sequentially, so one after the other, and the most recent plan developed has been that of the Coastal Ecosystem Monitoring Plan, and that is the first platform for co-production of knowledge that has been delivered by the Arctic Council. And what I mean by co-production is that's where we worked with scientists and indigenous experts and representatives to try and look at each of these focal ecosystem components, identify them, and also identify what were the scientific attributes for a component and what were the indigenous attributes that we needed to track. So for example, you could be looking at taste, smell, hunting issues, a whole range of different things that would not be covered by traditional Western science. And it makes it much easier for us when it is implemented to try and have a better, more sort of comprehensive look at what's happening in the Arctic, where we're making the most we can out of 2 different knowledge types, indigenous knowledge and traditional science. And that plan is in the process of being implemented at the moment and is working towards developing its first State of the Coastal Biodiversity Arctic report, which hopefully will come in the next year or so. And here is that plan that I forgot I had a slide for. This diagram here gives you an example of some of the ways in which we're trying to condense these often very dense, complex scientific reports into easy to understand, uncomplicated infographics, in this case, are ways to try and transfer information to bureaucrats who are making decisions on Arctic issues and who may not necessarily have the training or the ability to understand the science behind what's being proposed to them. In this case, this diagram shows the status and trends of focal ecosystem components in the Arctic's marine ecosystems. So the way it's structured is that each segment of this pie, of this circle, represents a specific Arctic marine area that's unique with different characteristics, and each concentric circle represents one of these focal ecosystem components. So you have lots of seals, you have polar bears, and so on. And it gives you a very good, quick understanding of where we do have knowledge, where we don't have knowledge. For example, in the Kara-Laptev Sea, it seems that we don't know anything. And that's not because necessarily that there is no science or monitoring going on there. It's just that perhaps we're unable to access that knowledge, perhaps due to Russian language issues or whatever the case might be. And it helps us to focus, perhaps future research and funding and monitoring programs to say, okay, we need to understand better what's happening there. Why are we not able to gather the information? What's hindering our ability to access that? So the intention is that these type of diagrams help give decision and policymakers a quick understanding of where we have knowledge, where we don't have knowledge, and some of the trends that these things might be telling us. So for example, if you look at the inner circle, which is narwhal, you'll see 5 green circles indicating that their populations are increasing, which sounds great, but when we looked a little bit closer at it, it's more that those populations are recovering from historical overharvesting. So it's a good story in the sense that they're rebounding, but it's not necessarily a good story in the sense that those populations are increasing enough, or things are as they should be. So this is an idea or an example of some of the types of infographics or ways that we try and produce information to impart quicker and easier understanding. This map here I included, as it always maps, is that I think it shows really nicely how what happens in the Arctic is relevant for many other places in the Arctic, because the examples I've talked about until now have been about monitoring in the Arctic, looking at what's happening to Arctic ecosystems, Arctic biodiversity. But of course, many Arctic biodiversity travels outside of the Arctic and they spend the winter seasons elsewhere. And this map is a map that was developed as part of what's known as the Arctic Migratory Bird Initiative, whereby we went through a long process to identify birds of conservation concern in the Arctic and looked at what might need to be done to improve their conservation status. And what makes this map really interesting is that it clearly highlights that what happens in the Arctic, for example, if we're trying to conserve a bird that's in danger in the north of Norway, but that bird travels down to India, where perhaps it's hunted or it's harvested or its habitats are being destroyed, or vice versa. Birds travel from Asia up to Russia and they're perhaps hunted there. It just illustrates that our conservation efforts are limited unless we find a way to work together in a more equal footing. And it's a nice example when it comes to Estonia, because Estonia is on the African Eurasian Flyway, so some of these species and birds pass through Estonia. And it's a nice basis from which to try and find ground for common understanding, how we can work together for the greater conservation good. And as you can see that these flyways go across the Arctic, they go down from Russia down to the Yellow Sea, down through the Indian subcontinent, and of course all the way down to South America. And up until relatively recently, CAF had a coordinator based in South America. So the things that happen in the Arctic are relevant elsewhere, and that's one of the challenges that we face. How do we find that way to ensure that cooperation happens smoothly? And the Arctic Council is the primary forum for that, and you see a lot of these non-Arctic states participating in that forum to try and find ways that they can contribute their science and their information into the work that council is doing. Of course, this infographic here, which was produced with that map, shows that there's a very complex framework of conservation agreements, conservation multilateral environmental agreements that all touch on, for example, in this case, the species that we're looking at. So it is a complex framework out there, and one of our challenges is how do we make sure that all of these different frameworks don't duplicate each other's work, that they interact in a more efficient, effective way. So as I know this is a very quick run through of different things that we do when it comes to biodiversity monitoring and assessment in the Arctic. And I just wanted to include one final map. And this map shows the areas that are covered by Russia in the Arctic, and it shows the areas that are covered by non-Russian states in the Arctic. And as you can see, at least almost 40% of the Arctic, both marine and terrestrial areas, lie within Russia. And the restrictions on cooperation that we have because of this is that scientists cannot travel there, scientists there cannot impart their information or understanding outside of Russia, means that it's having very significant consequences for our ability to understand changes happening across the Arctic in the near term and in the future. And yeah, it's quite sad. But this picture illustrates very well one of the challenges that we're really facing now when it comes to understanding changes, for example, in these migratory bird species that travel from Russian areas further down to other parts of the world, how we can work together when it comes to looking at marine mammals, migratory pathways, all sorts of things. And that's where I'll maybe stop. And of course, I'm happy to follow up to any questions people might have for me. And I have a very simple email. It's tom@unak.is. And thank you very much for listening to me. And I hope to come to visit Estonia soon and hopefully see much more Estonian interest in Arctic issues, and perhaps begin to see Estonian scientists and experts starting to engage in the Arctic and appearing at many of the meetings that I attend. So thank you and good evening from Akureyri. Bye.
Hello? Oh, this is how it works. Okay, I'm back. To make long story short, I'm an anthropologist. I used to work in the Russian Arctic, and it's not a very scientific term, I think, but somehow
when I say Russian Arctic and the Western Arctic, then this is important in my case when we talk about indigenous people and indigenous activism. But I don't think it's very academic terminology right now, and so sounds in some cases maybe obscure. But just to know, as you know. Okay, I used to study then the Russian Arctic. Over a quarter of a century, I worked in the Russian Far East, and then happened the Ukraine-Russian full-scale war. And for many reasons, out of sudden, I was then unable to go to the Russian Arctic. And it might sound pretty easy that once you have the experience studying indigenous people in the Russian Arctic, why don't you go and do it somewhere else? And this is not so easy. So there are fundamentally different organizations, different ways to approach people, and different attitudes, and you just cannot switch over that easily. But it was somewhere late mid-90s. I was a student then. I lived in Germany and studied in Berlin, and we had a conference about the Arctic in Halle, which is a small town south of Berlin, and there used to be still is very important foundation, which has a history in dealing with the Arctic or Arctic research. And on that conference, there were then people from Russia, scholars, and there were also few people from Finland. They were Sami, so they worked for a Sami indigenous organization, and they came in, had very clear idea what they should talk about the indigenous police, indigenous cultures in Finland, and they also had with them a bunch of materials to hand out, bulletins, leaflets, so on and so on. And you saw the difference between the Russian and, let's say then, Scandinavian indigenous people. These Finnish Sami, they looked very well organized. Plus, you saw that they had money to sort of support the organization, but also print all the leaflets and things they need. And on the left, there is a Estonian designer, Liis Roden, who does T-shirts, among others. And then the story is that when I went through her catalog, I found this T-shirt and ordered it immediately. And I think this picture encapsulates very well when we talk about colonialism in the Arctic. Basically, for me and for many of us, I believe it's not so complicated to understand what the picture means, sort of bringing civilization, culture to these savage natives. But Liis then wrote me that she created this design 10 years ago, and I was the first one to order it. So basically, that also shows, as she wrote me, and then you as an anthropologist came and noticed it immediately. I think it also shows that the whole discussion about indigenous identities, colonialism, decolonialism is pretty much unnoticed by a lot of people. And here I put the so-called working definition for indigenous people, the UN one. And this very important definition, I'm going to go into it a bit later. It has to do what also Indrek told about Võro case. But when you see, then there are those terms, pre-invasion and pre-colonial. So basically, indigenous is officially or I would even say semi-official, because this is the working definition, but very important definition because, for instance, a lot of indigenous activism is based on this definition, including then Indigenous Forum at the UN. The pre-colonial or colonial and invasion are pretty central terms. And my first encounter with the Western Arctic indigenous activism was in Greenland. Last February was a very interesting conference. And the conference was interesting because there came together a lot of Sami activists from all over Scandinavia. There were Inuits, some people from South America, plus a lot of these politicians, economy guys, European Union functionaries. And you saw, and I noticed a few things. One thing was also that of these houses, and they look pretty run down, sort of ghetto-like settlement or sub-settlement. And I was told that these houses are the symbol of decolonization in Greenland. They were built in the 50s as part of decolonization process, where Greenlandic Inuit was also declared as an official language of Greenland. And Denmark then started what is called now decolonization process. 11 minutes. And this is, and when we, okay, I do so. And Vladislava and Indrek also told a little bit, so I don't have to repeat myself, but what is the decolonization process, how people mean it. And it's, when you are inside it, in this sense inside, that you have experience with the Arctic and have also been there and lived with the people, then it's not that complicated, but that on the one hand, decolonization process is kind of reversing the colonization process. Reversing the process when indigenous people were not only in the Arctic, were forced to give up their culture, land and language. And I saw in Nuuk, in museum, pretty perverse video clips, what Danes did. So the process of civilization of indigenous people, it's not only that, let's say, was done in US or Canada or Russia, black and white sort of film clips from the 20s or 30s, they dressed Inuit people in Danish folk costumes and made them to dance Danish folk dances, and that looked really, really sort of surreal, you know. And another way, when you look what demands indigenous activists make, then decolonization process also includes, this is what Vladislava said, so this future element, futuristic element, so basically to give an opportunity to become a modern sub-nation, which means indigenous people in the northern hemisphere, they demand access to education, access to modern knowledge, modern lifestyle, in order to use it for them, their help. And one very important part I found here are something I call indigenous scholars, and also those people, they call themselves indigenous scholars. Very good place to meet those people is actually Nuuk, because the majority of Greenlandic populations are Inuits. But you can also go to Tromsø, Norway, where there's special Sami House of Culture faculty and so on, and in a few other places in in Scandinavia, there are places where you have special educational programs for indigenous people, with a focus on indigenous people. And what makes indigenous scholarships different from the sort of standard academic scholarship is that this is, I would say, semi-academic scholarship. And one of the books, when you're interested, I just put it here that have a full screen, is from Sean Wilson, which is kind of very important text when you're interested how to do or what kind of people are indigenous scholars. And basically it means that you don't have this very ordinary academic path when you do your research, then publish it, and then get another grant and then start new research. Indigenous scholarship is community focused in order to study problems or topics related to with the community with the aim to also apply this knowledge and kind of solve these problems. And this is what in huge conference where you have a lot of indigenous activists and scholars, you see it also. There is not much love left between indigenous scholars or from that side to this ordinary academics, and what you hear pretty often is research fatigue, that we are fed up with all those outside scholars who come here, do their research, and then leave. And why it is so interesting, why it is important. In the Western Arctic, it's not so easy to study indigenous people at all, as it is the case in Russia, where you just walk into the village, say, hello, here I am, and we start with the process. Because this kind of traditional scholarship is also seen as a form of colonization. And Indrek mentioned a sort of thing, what happened last year here in Estonia, I think, when a group, so-called Võrokesed, some of their activists declared that they are indigenous people. And one, it caused huge scandal in Estonia, and one sort of debate or clash are now Võrokesed titled to be indigenous people or not, was about colonialism. Can we speak about Estonian colonialism regarding Võrokesed? And Võro activists made clear pretty quickly, we are not talking about colonialism. But when we look that colonialism is very central for indigenous, let's say, definition, I would say so distinct that this UN working definition is pretty much shaped by Western indigenous activism. So it's very much in the face of North American and Scandinavian notion of indigenous people, because there it's very clear cut when the colonizers came, who they are, and how they differ. When we go to India, for instance, then it's not so clear cut because there have been different waves of intruders and settlers. Everybody claims to be indigenous, and plus India doesn't have any legislation defining indigenous. Basically, as Indrek already mentioned, every country has its own legalization or laws about the indigenous people, and they define pretty, and they are different. And what I'm very sad that Võrokesed didn't carry over, because I think there is also another very important aspect to be recognized as indigenous people. It means that, let's say, international indigenous activist community and organization community must recognize you as indigenous people. And I'd really love to say how Võrokesed go to these huge conferences, because this, again, we have these small nuances, but also Indrek highlighted the appearance of white people going to conference where you have people who see them as sort of victims of white people. Plus, it doesn't come always pretty that quickly. For instance, Canadian Métis, they fought for their indigenous status exactly 100 years. So it's not like you declare you're indigenous and then things can happen. But the thing, when we go to the Russian Arctic, then there is no talk about colonialism at all. Russian indigenous people and their organizations, they talk about revitalization of the language, revitalization of the cultures, education programs, but they don't use the word colonialism at all. So basically the fact that colonialism is central for defining indigenous tragedies and what are indigenous people, this is very sort of Western way of approaching. Therefore, colonialism now among the Western indigenous people is used in very various contexts. There is very little talk about sort of classical colonialism, where people come, take your lands away, and force you to assimilate, but Sami activists, they, for instance, I've heard them speak about eco-colonialism, windmills, plans about putting windmills on reindeer pastures and things like that. And this itself is very interesting topic. And I just stop here. I say thank you. And I just want to say, when you are interested in indigenous people and their scholarship and activists, best way to go meet them is in Nuuk. But when you fly to Nuuk, then please make sure you don't have these things with you. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. I guess I am the last one, but hopefully not the least. And I came from Finnish Lapland to tell you a little bit this green transition and how we see it as a local people in Lapland. So kind of tell you about the other side of the green transition in Lapland. And I want to be clear that I don't mean that we wouldn't need green transition at all, but I want to make sure that we all know what it also means for the local people and for the Arctic. Actually, I would like to start and ask how many of you have visited Finnish Lapland? Okay, quite many. Great. But okay, let's go for the brief background. So basically, I'm a politician and an environmental activist in Finland, and I started my career when I was 15 years old. So in summer, I turned 30, so now it's been half of my life when I've been an environmental activist. So sacrificed my life for environmental issues. But okay, let's go for today's topic. So nature versus green transition, and some of these examples from Finnish Lapland. So unfortunately, this green transition has been meaning quite big and massive pressure for exploitation of natural resources in Lapland. And there are at the moment going on quite many planned new large-scale industrial projects. And those projects are, for example, new railroads, new roads, new energy projects, including water power and water pump plants, also windmill parks, solar power parks. And then it has been seen in intensifying forest cuttings, partly because of a new massive so-called bioproduct factory, or also known as old-style cellulose factory in Kemi in Lapland. And also this has meant for us quite many mines and also exploration in Lapland. So there is a little bit like a dark side in this green transition that we locals see there. And here's a picture of Lapland and our forests, and I'm next going to tell you a few words about forestry and the causes in Lapland of that. So these colors are signs of the green is cultivated young forests, and the blue one is intact and old forests, and the orange one there on the upside is a tundra area. And almost all of the remaining and old and intact forests of whole Finland are located in Lapland. But still, the area is shrinking due to the strong pressure by forest industry and so-called bioproduct factories. And also, these energy companies are aiming to these old forests, and the worst case is that the energy companies are even burning the old forests as a bioenergy and for heating the cities. And next, I am going to jump in one case study, which is located in the east part of Lapland, close to the Russian border. And the picture here on the left side, I am there 1 year ago in my happy place in one old forest, giving a hug for a tree that is 300 or 400, even 400 years old. And unfortunately, as I told, this picture is just 1 year old. And this summer, we read the news from the Finnish broadcasting company, and they told that exactly the same forest was burned by an energy company to heat the city of Rovaniemi in Lapland. So these 300 and even 400 years old forests have been burned to the energy company so that they can heat the cities in Lapland. But if you might imagine that would be the worst case, so actually that is not even the worst case, because also in the exact same area are other plans as well. So there are plans that another company is planning to build a windmill park there in that same area where are these old forests. And not only just a few windmills, but altogether 200 wind turbines planned to this area. So basically this is now what is happening to the old forests in Finnish Lapland. And another topic is mining in Lapland and all the mining activities that are happening there at the moment. So we have now 3 operational large-scale mines there in Lapland and 6 new mines planned for near future subject to mining and environmental permits. And these are also planned to be even in conservation areas. And adding to those, we have also many more exploration phase projects, and they are also planned in the conservation areas. And altogether, 80% of exploration in whole Finland is now taking place in Lapland. So you can imagine that it is a huge pressure for Lapland and the Arctic nature there. And then I want to show you a specific place there in Lapland. There is a place called Viiankiaapa. It is right next to my home village, which is Kersilö, and it's in the middle of Lapland. And this Viiankiaapa area is twice protected area, so it's protected by the wetland conservation and like a national wetland conservation law in Finland, and also by the Natura 2000 program under the European Union. So it's twice protected area in Finnish Lapland. But even though it is twice protected, there is now a mining company aiming to build a mine in the Viiankiaapa area, and actually that is a precedent in Finland. So the first case in Finland where the mining company is trying to build a mine in the double protected nature conservation area. And according to Finnish Wetland Conservation Act, mine at or under Viiankiaapa Conservation Area would be illegal. So what the mining company is trying to do, they are trying to and aiming to changing the Finnish laws. And the mining company is called Anglo-American PLC. And also, according to Nature Conservation Act, establishing a mine to Natura 2000 area would be illegal without Natura exception, since the project may damage protected nature values. So what the mining company is trying to do, multinational enterprise aims in weakening the Natura program. So both actions would be precedents in Finland. And this means that even the legislation is not going to stop these big industrial companies. And why this is important and actually a hot topic in Finland, the reason is that this would be the first time in Finland when the mining company could do this. And it will mean that they would lead the way also for another companies as well. So if the mining company can do this, that would mean that also the forestry companies can do it, energy companies, railroad companies, etc. So that's why this first case is so important to win, because otherwise it means that the whole conservation network would be in danger. And that's why I somehow, as a people or an human from Lapland, I feel that green transition is kind of turning against itself, because all this old industry is using it for doing just the same thing that they have been doing in Lapland many years before. So this green transition at the moment seems to accelerate biodiversity loss. It also may accelerate climate change when these companies are cutting the old forests. It only seems to boost economy and consumption, even if we at the moment should just try to save our natural resources, not just use them. And it seems that Lapland's nature is sold cheap to heavy industry in the name of the green transition, and of course that shouldn't be so. And it also threatens the livelihood and culture of locals, including indigenous Sami people. And it also seems to weaken the nature conservation legislation. So there are very many big issues at the moment that we should take care of when we are doing this green transition. But I think we also should do something at the moment. We shouldn't just take this all as it seems to be. So that's why I think that we should have more stricter regulation, and that's what we need. And definitely no fast lines for these companies who are now aiming to go to the conservation areas and to our threatened nature. And also I think that we must solve the climate crisis, but not by the cost of biodiversity and the beautiful, unique nature that we have. So this is it. Thank you very much.
We have time for questions. Please.
It was super interesting and nice talk. I think one of the solutions can be following, because now the green transition is so much about the greenhouse gases, because this is so easy to quantify. But we should have a similar level law at the EU level about biodiversity. And if this is happening, or if we just raise our voices, then it's really becoming like a green transition, because it's not only you, it's many other countries. So it's a super important thing, but it has to go higher than Finland, certainly at EU level, and then we might have a chance.
Yeah, that is true. I definitely agree with that. And actually, I feel that nowadays, people are taking more serious about the climate crisis, which is, of course, a very good thing. But still, we don't recognize how important it is to take care of also the loss of biodiversity. And I think they should be more equal in these conversations, because otherwise we might harm the biodiversity when we are tackling the climate crisis. So yeah, definitely so. Thank you. Voinko heittää nämä tänne?
seems like I'm going to be the last presenter before the last panel. I'm going to talk about a little bit about young researchers and the open polar world and how it is like to be a student and start getting into polar research these days. And I thought I would start off with how I got involved in the polar field in Estonia. So, as you have probably heard, Katrin talked about it, Estonian Polar Club organizes polar quizzes. And I was one of the members on the very first one in 2017. And I was one of the, five students that ended up going to one of the expeditions. So I ended up going to Finland, to Kilpisjärvi, and went to Tromsø, and it was a really cool experience, and that was probably one of the first times when I actually started thinking that doing polar stuff might actually be possible, and it's something that I would be interested in. And after that, I ended up going to study in Scotland, and in my university, we had a chance to do an exchange year, or exchange semester, and one of the options was Norway. And one of the places you could go to in Norway was Svalbard. And Rico was talking about it, so you probably have seen this building already on some of the pictures. Rico was talking about UNIS. So I ended up going to Svalbard, and I studied at UNIS, so the University Center in Svalbard. And that was probably one of the coolest things I could have done at the time. It was a really cool way to get into research and to get sort of a bit of an overview of what was happening. And UNIS is one of the universities that's very heavily focused on research and getting sort of practical, hands-on experience out in the field. The very first thing, probably the first month I was there, we ended up going around the whole Svalbard archipelago, looking for different plants and having some projects. So each of us got the group, and everyone ended up doing a project and carrying out the whole project in those 5 days that we went around Svalbard. It was great fun. You got to see a lot, and you got to learn a lot. There was a lot of Latin names of plants, which I somehow still remember, which was apparently was a pretty good study. And with UNIS, because there's such a heavy emphasis on research, every course has quite a bit of fieldwork and quite a bit of research. So I ended up having a chance to try out a lot of different things. We ended up going on ships for a few weeks, week at a time, but over the years it has piled up. So we tried out different things in marine biology, got to do some studies on sea ice, so you got to try out how it is to take a sea ice core. One of the floes ended up being about 15 centimeters thick, and we just plopped through with the ice core, and we're like, oh, this is a bit too thin, we should probably leave, and we just left. So it was a lot of learning, and it's a really good opportunity to kind of try out different things and figure out what you would be interested in. So we got to go out and take some trawls, see some really weird stuff, some brain-looking snails that come out of those trawls. There's a lot of weird stuff out in the sea that you wouldn't really imagine that's there. Got to figure out that looking at phytoplankton with the ship under a microscope when the ship is moving is not the nicest thing. It's pretty tricky to count the eggs of zooplankton when they're moving around while looking at them. And yeah, I got to learn a lot of different things. Got to learn how to drive a snow scooter, because we did some reindeer studies with that, which maybe were not the most fruitful studies, because we ended up going out in a snowstorm trying to count reindeer, and the only reindeer we saw was our teacher dressed up as a reindeer trying to pretend to be one. So we would at least find one, because all the other ones were gone at that specific time. And I stayed a whole year there, and I decided that I very much liked it. And I ended up going back, so now I've been there for about 6 years, and ended up writing both my bachelor and my master's thesis up in Svalbard. And I ended up helping out with some fieldwork. And when you're in Svalbard, one of the main things is that you can't go on fieldwork if you're a terrestrial biologist without a dog. So This is my field companion, Charlotte. So I had 3 dogs that I would take out with me on field work. And I was helping out in the biology department as a field assistant. I was helping out with a lot of vegetation recording studies. So there's some studies happening that they're going back to the same plots year after year, a bit like what Peter was talking about, and looking how the species composition has changed. And there's also studies on how they're sort of mimicking warming, similar to what Peter was showing with the open-top chambers that are warming up the ground and doing some sort of mimicking goose grubbing, sort of just picking up some vegetation to see what that does to the species composition and what it does to the permafrost underneath that. So it was the first time when you could actually do something with the real research in that sense that you had, I had a proper part in it. And it was really cool. And I decided that I really liked it. I also helped out with one of my friends who was incredibly stubborn and decides that she wanted to do a study on glaciers and see if she wanted to study microbes on glaciers and look at the sediment on glaciers. And everybody in the unis told her that she probably won't find anything, and she's been trying for 2 years now. And she has found some stuff, but we realized that, yeah, it was maybe not the smartest decision for a master thesis when the fieldwork has taken about over 2 years now. But I was her trusted field assistant because unis wouldn't really let anyone else go out with her because it was so tricky. So whenever they see us coming in, they start laughing and they're like, okay, what are you guys doing? You're going out on the glacier again? Okay, whatever, you can manage that. So that's what we're doing here. We're digging snow pits and going down to the glacier, chopping off ice and looking for sediments that we marked in the summertime. And I also ended up writing my master thesis and my bachelor thesis in Svalbard, and I was part of a project called Bjørndalen Integrated Gradients. So it's a valley near Longyearbyen where there's quite a lot of different studies going on, looking at different aspects of that area. What I was working with was the plant side of the things. So we have some time-lapse cameras that are observing the same individual plants over the years. So they've been observing them since 2019, so a few years now. And there's loads of students. So the teachers, they like to use students to go out and change the batteries of the cameras or pick up the nets, pick up the traps for insects, because they're also monitoring insects there. And obviously, as students, there's a cabin there. And we used all the opportunities we could to stay in that cabin overnight and pretend that we were doing something very important, that we had to stay in the cabin overnight. But I ended up writing my thesis actually on insects. Because I mentioned we have those time-lapse cameras that we were using to monitor Silena caulis plants, so the moss campion, so the purple flowering plant here. And when I wrote my bachelor thesis on that plant, I was just clicking through the pictures to see how long those flowers would be open. And we realized that we actually ended up capturing also insects, not only the flowers, but also insects. My study was looking at the pictures of the flowers to look for insects, to see if those insects have daily activity patterns, if they're more abundant at certain times of the day or not. Because nobody had really looked into that. And it was really cool. And that was the first time we kind of got into a bit more real research. And as a student, it was really cool to see that the stuff that you were doing, so the data I was collecting ended up being used in a few different studies. So as a student who was interested in research, it was really cool to start off with going on the courses and learning everything, then getting a bit more responsibility and sort of doing a bit more research on your own, collecting the data, and then going through the whole sort of system and seeing how it ends up being a paper. So as a student, it was a really cool experience. But the second part of my talk was of my title was about the open polar world. The pictures are not here. Anyway, so the second part was also about the open polar world. And I think being able to go to UNIS, it opened up the polar world for me, really opened up the whole way into the polar world, but as a lot of the students these days, I actually ended up being a guide on the side. And I would say that this is another thing that really has opened up the polar world for me, because everybody knows that the world is changing. The sea ice is declining quite rapidly, and there's more and more ships going up to the Arctic, and there's more interest for people, for tourists as well, to go in those areas, because they're a lot more accessible than they used to be. In Svalbard, for example, there's about 80,000 people visiting every summer by ships. There's a lot of people coming up here, and this tourism is opening up the world for sort of normal people. And what I've seen, a lot of my coworkers have actually been former researchers. And because the ships are going to those areas, they're going there anyway, they've started to include some scientists in those trips as well. So they started using citizen science projects. There's been, for example, like in Bellingshausen's case, the ships were going there anyway, and they ended up collecting data for scientists elsewhere. And with the work I've done on guiding ships, it's really cool to see how there's a really big interest in the polar areas, and the people that come to those places, they really want to learn more. But oftentimes with science, scientists do the science, and then it ends up staying just in the sort of science circle. And having this access, for the people having access to come to those places, they want to know that, but they don't really know where to start from, where to learn about those places. So they're always really eager to learn. And it's been really cool to take what I've learned at school as this really theoretical thing and talk to real people and talk and explain to them how things work and how the system works, how the ecosystem works, how everything works, and to see this sort of spark of people getting really interested in those topics. And a lot of the times, some of my coworkers, they have ended up getting funding for their sort of popular science projects because they've been in contact with people that come on the ship. So they've gotten some funding to do podcasts or start sort of projects that are going across the different oceans, because nowadays there is a lot more access to those pretty remote areas because of the tourism. Yeah, so that was kind of what I wanted to talk about, how it is very interesting to have those opportunities nowadays to get into research, and how there's different ways to open up the whole polar area to science, or sort of just to open it up to people to experience it. And it's pretty exciting to have all those opportunities. And thank you very much for having me here as well.
Oh. Tervist. Tere. Tervist. Tere. Tere.
So, good evening, everyone. My plan is so that at first I try say some very personal remarks about our conference. After that, we are introducing all the participants here in our panel, and the main goal, what we must do, is to talk about the future of polar research, and secondly, conclusions of our conference. So I am starting not with the conclusions, but some very personal remarks what I made. Firstly, my name is Andres Kollist. I am educated from Tartu University like a chemist. I was working in Institute of Chemistry, leading research co-worker. After that, I was 10 years Director General of Estonian Migration and Citizens Board, 2 years like rector of Audentes University, and now director of previous academic library. What belongs nowadays to Tallinn University. So some keywords, some remarks only. How large are the plants? The plants in Nordic areas are not very large. And the problem is they are interconnected, and of my mind, the plants there must do, they must collaborate. And example there was Peetu-Lanara, Vaeva-Kask, what we know here in Estonia also. We were talking about situation, the global temperature, about permafrost. For me, it was very interesting that to understand technology, if the technology, underwater technology is working in Antarctic or Arctic, it's going to work everywhere. And that long-term data is very important. What is long-term data? That's a question. It's a week, it's a year, it's maybe million years. And there was talk about the energy. Of my mind, it's extra important. We saw the pictures how to study the meltwater pathways in the Nordic. And the situation is that, of course, if we have ice, there is happening nothing. If the ice is melting, nothing is happening. If there are waves, something more is happening. And my personal remark is that, of my mind, generally there is two most important things, that are people and energy. If the people are clever enough, it's right good. If the people can use energy, it's okay. And on the other hand, if we have too much energy, like it's going to happen in our Earth, it's some other situation, of course. We were talking about how is melting our our ice in the northern part of Earth and also in the southern part. We were talking about how happy are students in Svalbard, and there was also talk about energy. Some buildings were broken, and it's very good example, not good example about that there is something extra happening also there. We have too much energy on the one hand, and on the other hand, too few energy. Interesting was talk about digital twins, how to make simulation and to study not only water movement, but how the ecosystems are moving and how to study them. We were talking about the ocean health, about Finnish research station where were 3 flags, Estonian, France, and American flag. We were talking about sailors whaling and regular situation in the Arctic region, about Cook, about Bellinghausen, and about that seals, krill, whales, and fish, the situation of them are not very bad. But on the other hand, we heard that the situation of languages good. We heard that Estonia is a great language, but on the other hand, 1/3 of languages are going to disappear. And of course, we were talking about the situation in Russia and about the languages in Russia, and generally the situation of Nordic people in Russia. It's anybody understand that it's extra problem, of course. We saw a film about Nenets people, and it was live about the brigade number 7. And the question was why these people are not going to live to the cities. And the answer of my mind was very good. They must constantly moving. We saw very interesting pictures about the Bering Strait, how Vitus Bering and Captain Cook traveled there, about native life, these people, and finally, suddenly, the idea was that the future of such kind of people is to be guides. The lectures about post-colonialism in Arctic, it's, how to say, it's the same. The future is, they are guides, maybe not so. Let's hope that it's going to turn some better way. And in the first day we had also the round table like today, and it was about the diplomacy. And we were talking about that, what is doing the Russian base on Spitsbergen, how is working the sanctions there, are they making science or something else? We were talking about rapid changes in climate, but also rapid changes in relations between people, between collaboration and possibilities to collaborate. President Kaljulaid talked about the green turn, about that policymakers are too weak, and the scientists are also too weak. And she said that the people are understanding later, we must do it quickly. And also we talked about international agreements and possibilities to use that thought that President Meri said, that international laws and international law is atomic weapon for small countries. It's nowadays also so or not, that's the question. It's only some remarks that I wrote here, and let's do it so. Please introduce yourself, and after that, firstly, I plan to give floor for Mr. Paet. He is not common with our event. He is freshly coming, and I know that he's done some work in the EU Parliament, even in the field of Arctic, and I saw he's written about that earlier, 10 years ago or something like that. So let's start, please. Please, yes.
How long time do I have to introduce myself? I'm good at talking about myself, so I could go on for a long time.
You can talk about yourself, and you can give some remarks about our conference also. Let's talk so that firstly about our conference now, and then about the future.
All in one go.
Okay.
Okay, my name is Rico Normets. I'm a marine geologist and geophysicist by training. I'm a professor at the University Center in Svalbard, where I've been since 2008. I work a lot with the seafloor mapping and seafloor processes, so I use geophysical methods mostly to map the seafloor, but also sedimentology. And then I use these data to study the modern processes on a seafloor and then the ice-ocean interactions. We work together with, for example, glaciologists and oceanographers. We try to quantify the effect of ocean warming onto the mass loss from the glaciers and ice caps in the Arctic, because these processes are rather poorly represented in a global climate and sea level models. For instance, we do not understand enough the process physics behind these processes. And I also work, for instance, with a marine biologist. We look at the interactions between the geological processes and the biology, for example, on those seafloor methane seeps that we've been studying around Svalbard, but also in other parts of the Arctic. I've been on expeditions to the East Siberian Sea, all the way to Alaska, been to Antarctica. But my main work for the past 15 years is around Svalbard. Shall we continue with the introduction?
Yes.
And then? Okay.
Yeah, let's continue, and then I shall give the floor to Mr. Paet.
All right, so my name is Jonne Kotta, and I'm primarily a scientist. And being a scientist in Estonia, that means I have to be many more things as well. Accounting, media person, public relations, and also things. And then my field is marine ecology, but obviously it's not only marine ecology because we have this social, economy, policy, all these management systems, so we have to look at the sort of having a holistic perspective. And then I'm also an entrepreneur a bit, so, but I try to do it in a way that to improve the sustainability of the businesses. And then I'm sort of like trying to cultivate mussels and seaweeds in Estonia, which sort of, yeah, mission impossible. Well, it's not mission impossible anymore, and with some valorization, because maybe you know, maybe you don't, but the Baltic Sea is very nutrient rich. And if you cultivate mussels and seaweeds, they are extracting nutrients. So we are consuming a problem, and we turn the problem into a solution and benefits. So, yeah, so that's my background.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So my name is Fridtjof Melum. I'm a biologist. I did my doctoral thesis on marine ecology in the Arctic areas. I worked for 20 years as a biologist with the Norwegian Polar Institute. After that, I worked in the Research Council of Norway for 8 years. I was heading the climate program there, and I was secretary of the National Committee on Polar Research for 8 years. Later, I went to the Natural History Museum, and I was the research director at the museum in the University of Oslo. So most of my work has been done in the northern areas. I've also did some field work in the Antarctic, and I have been in some working groups. We heard about Kamlar earlier, so I've been working on that and estimating how much krill could be taken out of the sea every year, so on. So at the moment, I'm retired and working mostly on polar history, as you heard my talk yesterday was something about that. We heard also about the simplicity of Arctic or polar ecosystems and the complexity of rainforest. So my work at the moment is in the Amazon rainforest, actually, about restoration of rainforests. I don't know how much I should say about what I've learned today.
Maybe later.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
thanks. Let's you the last, please. Your turn. No. My turn, or yeah. Yes. Your. Yes.
The micro.
I have no.
Okay, you have.
Yes, I have. Thank you. As I introduced myself briefly at the beginning of my presentation, I am Vladislava. I'm an associate professor at Uppsala University. I'm an anthropologist. I originally come from Bulgaria, even though Sweden has been my academic home for decennia now, for more than 20 years. And since 2001, I have been involved in research with indigenous people, mostly in the European Arctic, but also in the Russian part of the Arctic in Siberia, and Sakhalin is the easternmost part I have been. My work can be situated at the intersections of indigenous empowerment, environmental governance, feminist study, always with focus also on nature conservation, sustainable development goals, and green transition. I think that's more or less.
Thank you, President. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard from me and my interests with biogeography leading to historical geography. I was first involved seriously with polar regions a couple of years ago in 1977 with the British Antarctic Survey. That changed rather suddenly in 1982, and subsequently I've dealt with theory and practice in the Scott Polar Research Institute. Indeed, that's where I first met colleagues from Estonia in interesting circumstances. The question of who went where when, and perhaps even why, in the historical geography, I started with the peri-Antarctic islands, what got where and so forth from the biology point of view. That was after South Georgia, then the other islands, and incidentally heading for the continent on the basis of the questions of sovereignty and diplomacy came into this, and hence, of course, the Antarctic Treaty. Coming north, then working with Scott Polar. By that time, my period in the Antarctic had made me useful, so I was more or less technical then, able to set up camps fairly effectively, mainly on Nordøstland and Svalbard. But further from there, if you consider the peri-Antarctic islands south, consider the Eurasian Arctic archipelagos, where you have Jan Mayen, Bjørnøya, Svalbard, and then all the Russian ones, Franz Josef, Novaya Zemlya, all of those places. Then came the amazing changes, 1991, when this became opened. Before that, it was, you needed the Russian visas to come to Tallinn. 25 years of relative openness and cooperation, and we all know what happened only a few years ago with the Murmansk speech saying the zone of peace in the Arctic has rather changed on this basis. But my circumstances, I'm now theoretically quite retired. That has the huge advantage, nothing to do with administration. But I have the facilities and details of Scott Polar Research Institute, and hence the books, publications, and other things on the subjects which I've become interested in are continuing. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Paet is being 10 years the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Estonia, and now 10 years the Member of the Parliament, is continuing there. And please introduce yourself and about the Arctic work in Europe, please.
Well, thank you very much, and I'm really glad that you're organizing this Arctic and Antarctic event here in Estonia. And yes, my name is Urmas Paet. At the moment, I am Vice Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee in the European Parliament, and also Chairman of the Arctic Friendship Group in the European Parliament, which I founded myself during previous mandate, because I saw that also in the European Parliament, among my 700 plus colleagues, issues related to Arctic need to be better presented, and the awareness of all these processes over there should be, well, better known. I also have been twice in the European Parliament rapporteur of the EU Arctic policy reports, and I would say that during this mandate, which started last July, most probably there will be new, refreshed Arctic strategy of the European Union, also from the European Parliament, because last version comes from 2021, and as we all know, after February 22, when Russia started new wave of aggression against Ukraine, also a lot, especially from a geopolitics and security point of view, changed also in Arctic area, and unfortunately, I would say more to come in this sphere for sure. So this is my, well, background and relation also to Arctic. I would say that when I was foreign minister in Estonia here, then 15 years ago, I already officially proposed that Estonia should apply for the candidate status in Arctic Council. Well, I'm glad that finally Estonian government did it a few years ago, but still it took also here in Estonia years and years to make it clear why at all. Also from the state point of view, we should turn attention to Arctic developments. But finally, yes, we applied as country, as government, also this application to get candidate status or observer status. But because of course, all other political events, so far it is there. So that I would say that the European Union as such, and also Estonia, we put in these applications, but mainly because of course, opposition from Russia. So far it didn't happen, and at the moment, especially on the political level, of course, Arctic Council is not functioning. because of reasons which I already mentioned. You expect me have now longer monologue?
Yes,
or what is the plan?
You have time. It's an extra situation for you, or others are taking part in the conference. You are freshly coming, so that please.
Okay. Well, when I joined European Parliament 10 years ago, then actually one of the issues I also wanted more and more introduce in the Parliament was the same, which actually is then EU's, European Union strategy towards Arctic, because Arctic also, when we speak about geopolitics point of view, in this sense, is special area, because on the one hand, it is partly also EU territory. We have 3 member states, Finland, Sweden, and Denmark over there, plus 2 countries which are anyway very close to EU, Norway and Iceland. At the same time, this is the area where all, I would say, global big powers are present. Of course, as we all know, directly US, Russia, Europe, also Canada, but also China calls itself near Arctic country. And this is also well written down in important strategy documents in China. And during last years, we clearly see that China is entering into Arctic using options via Russia. They're making very strong cooperation in this regard. And, well, I have my doubts that the main goal why China, for instance, is interested in Arctic Sea science or environment or something like this. Of course, the reasons are different ones. And when I started in the European Parliament to raise the issues related to Arctic and telling to colleagues that, yes, well, we need a bit better picture and understanding what is going on there, which is the impact and so on, then first few years I got very strong resistance, especially from the European Commission, from the officials in the European Commission, but also from some Arctic member states. And the resistance was based on this, that, well, you should not talk, when we speak about Arctic, you should not talk about security, you should not talk about business interests, you should not talk about economic development. No, Arctic is science, Arctic is environment, Arctic is cool, peaceful place in the world, and it should remain like this. Well, of course, I didn't disagree. Of course, we all want that the Arctic is a place which is cool and peaceful, but unfortunately, it's not up to us, because at that time it already was very visible that, for instance, Russia started new, very massive and costly program to rebuild all the military network they used to have during Soviet times in Arctic area, to restore it and even build and invest more. And of course, the question is that why to make such a huge investments in Arctic for military infrastructure if you, well, just want to keep, well, Arctic nice and peaceful place? What is the point? And I remember one Kirkenes conference. They used to organize in Norway conferences in Kirkenes before February 22, and the last one was in February 22, where still lots of talk about how everybody is very friendly in Arctic area. There was excellent cooperation between Murmansk Oblast and Kirkenes area, and the conference finished, and one day later Russia once again started war against Ukraine. And as we now know, well, everything dramatically changed also in this area. First time in history, the full border between Finland and Russia is fully closed. Basically also the crossing point up north between Norway and Russia is also more or less closed. The cooperation also in most of the levels has stopped, and so on and so on. And of course, it was also visible that if you speak about climate changes and physical changes in Arctic, melting ice and so on, that it has clearly impact also to the interest and policies and potential conflicts between states. If there are new, well, options or possibilities for water roads or waterways, if there is again, after a very long time possible to have no ice routes, which Russians, together Chinese, as we know, are developing on the north coast of Russia, bringing together more Asia and the European side, the route which is 1/3 quicker and shorter than the classical trade route through southern seas. Of course, it all has impact. The better access to raw materials, to oil and gas, the better access also for military equipment in Arctic, that all it will have consequences and changes also, not situation just in Arctic, but on much larger scale. So that all these signs were there 10 years ago. And well, unfortunately, I would say again, as it is very human. Something really bad has to happen, and then only people realize that, well, we have to, do something or change our attitude. So that unfortunately, I would say that also the new wave of Russian war against Ukraine, 22, was needed so that people realized that, unfortunately also from geopolitical point of view, Arctic is nothing really, separate from the rest of global arena. And, now we should, in this sense, of course, not to speak about this because everybody sees which are the real changes also in Arctic area. Also, the security picture changed in this sense. Clearly, we have now actually all European Arctic countries in NATO, for instance, after Finland and Sweden also joined, so that we also may speak that big part of Arctic is also now completely in direct interest of NATO, and so on and so on. But of course, as I understand also during this conference, you spoke a lot about scientific research and environment, and in this sense I fully agree, because this is also the basics and main reason why lots of other things are happening in Arctic, lots of not so good things. The reason is the same, the climate change, the melting of ice, the changes we have in, natural environment. And of course, if it continues like this and there are no real steps which have positive impact to these trends, then the more there will be, for instance, free water, the more there is access to new raw materials, new reserves of oil and gas, new transit routes, and it also, I would say, automatically means that also the potential of the conflict between countries who are present in Arctic, who have interests over there, jumps up. We already see it. If you look at huge military exercises which are happening in Arctic area, and so on and so on. So that that's why I think that yes, it's also important for European Union as such to have this whole picture and whole strategy, how we should behave, what we should do under all these tremendously quickly changing circumstances, and not forgetting that yes, the basics and the main trigger for lots of other also unwanted developments is coming from natural environment and all these changes over there. And I stop here my monologue with also one word. You spoke about energy. Of course, energy still is also very attractive thing in Arctic, and also potential for conflicts, because, of course, data is a bit different, but in average they say that, still around 1/3 or 30% of unused gas is still in Arctic area. And of course, the appetite is there. I would say this is one of the main reasons why China is so active together with Russians over there. But at the same time, also in Europe, there are lots of people who say that, for instance, Norway and Norwegian companies should stop their energy exploration and works in Arctic seas because there is certain risk for environment and so on and so on. But at the same time, European policymakers can do anything about Russian intentions, about US or Canadian intentions to do the same. So that I would say that, for instance, with such a just fragmented approach, we, once again weaken Europe and European possibilities, because the more those others, especially, Russian, Chinese, well, can do what actually they want to do. And I'm absolutely sure that if you look at the ethics and morality and also technologies up there, Norwegian ones, I would say, are rather better than Chinese or Russian ones. So that in this sense, with every such an important step, emotions are always important, but also in case of Arctic and Arctic geopolitical changes and interest, I guess we also need a bit more this sober and adequate approach. So that, for instance, well, when Trump was president 5 years ago, he wanted to buy Greenland from Denmark. Well, we all were laughing about, but of course there were good reasons why he wanted to do it. It was not just about emotions. It was very pragmatic, well, calculation in this regard, although he forget, yes, that now we're on 21st century and most probably European countries are not selling their territories anymore as it used to be maybe 200 years before. Well, I stop here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's do the first round for the questions from the audience, and also we all can give the questions to Mr. Paet, if you have. It was a special lecture about the situation and how is the people thinking in Brussels. Yes. Okay, please. Let's start from there. Yes, please. Yep.
So, Martin Lira from Geological Survey of Estonia. So, just a quick question to Mr. Paet. What is the situation at the moment in the European Parliament about the notions in Arctic? Are the other Parliament members, are they interested in Arctic issues? Is it a popular theme? Are everybody on the same page regarding the geopolitical situation and that the situation is getting worse? And so what are our understanding of Arctic? Is it similar to the rest of the European Union?
Well, I guess that complete consensus we can find on the graveyard, and especially not in the European Parliament on any issue, including this one. As I started with this Arctic also friendship group in Parliament, the reason was that for my taste, there was far too few interest. People didn't care because the tradition was that nothing happens in Arctic, It's cold, dark, there are no people, why we should, care about. Today, I guess, situation in this sense is better, but unfortunately, again, because what I just explained, because of, overall tragic events. So that people now realize that, yes, all this, conflict potential is much higher also in Arctic, and also the melting of ice and so on and so on. But still, I would say that it's not still yet there where it should be. I mean, the feeling that, there is huge potential of Europe in both, in positive ways, but unfortunately also in negative ways if important things will be mishandled. So that, yes, there is still space to maneuver. What is positive is that when I spoke about Arctic Council, of course, now unfortunately it is dysfunctional, but before 22, I would say that actually all or most of influential EU member states, also coming from Southern Europe, they all already were observers in Arctic Council. So that it means that at least on governmental level there is direct interest and also direct contact through this Arctic Council body. But yeah, last 2.5 years or now almost 3 years, this is dysfunctional. Although yes, on some expert level something happens, but in overall or political level, of course, nothing. And most probably you spoke here, but of course there are also inside this issue are of course bigger and minor conflicts also between the understandings, for instance, of members of parliament. One is that yes, we have around 200 MEPs out of 720 members who anyway like Russia. So whatever decisions we make to support Ukraine or to criticize Russia, they always abstain or vote against. And of course it also applies to the Arctic as well. And And then there are also issues, I guess you also touched during this conference here, what is the role of indigenous people, especially when we speak about Europe and European Union citizens in Finland or Sweden, and Greenland, of course, a special case anyway. What is their approach? And it comes as a surprise for many MEPs that usually indigenous peoples and indigenous peoples organizations, when they come to the parliament or to the commission in Brussels, they are very, very critical against their own governments. They say that, well, their own governments, they don't care. And it comes as a surprise for many because the common understanding is that, well, if there is Nordic country, Arctic country, then they all, sort of together fighting for the same thing. But as we all know, the most emotional conflicts, they're very local ones. And in Arctic areas, also when we speak about Europe, there are also lots of indigenous conflicts in this area. And not even talking about indigenous people's situation in Russia, for instance, where they simply, unfortunately, very quickly disappearing.
Thank you. Please.
I had largely the same question that you already answered to Martin, but I wanted to start the question is sort of how many members of that friendship club or Arctic
20.
Club? You have 20 out of 700?
720, yes. But if you look at the European Parliament structure, then we have friendship groups, we have intergroups, we have delegations, we have committees, whatever, so that in this sense, I guess that this 20 out of 720 is rather optimal.
If I may add a comment to this, is that, yes, I understand very many of these processes that you describe on a European level. For example, if I take Svalbard as an example here as well, there was in the beginning there was a lot of attitude is that we all friends here and we live in a small bubble because there is there is a Norwegian community settlement and there are Russian settlements and we always been friends and let's be friends even after the Ukraine war broke out. But that changed very quickly and I think the Norwegian government's attitude has changed. They have now, when 15 years ago Svalbard was almost like Wild West. I mean, yes, it was a Norwegian territory, but that Norwegian control, you hardly felt it there because it was rather free in that way. But after these geopolitical conflicts and situations in the world, now the situation has changed. There is a customs station established very quickly by Norwegian authorities. So there is, and the Russian residents are now registered in a Norwegian tax office to have an overview who is residing in Svalbard also from the Russian side and all so on and so forth. So my point is single country can react like Norway very rapidly to these changes. I think the European countries, there may be a lot more inertia and momentum to get these processes going.
Yes, I have a question. What kind of leverage does the EU actually have in the Arctic? Because if you look at the map, Sweden and Finland, they're technically Arctic countries, but they're landlocked. And when we talk about all these conflicting interests, it's mostly we're speaking about the, water. And Greenland, special case. So the EU really doesn't border the Arctic Ocean. So what kind of leverage do we have? Right now it sounds like it's almost like an interest group, like a hobby group at the parliament.
Yes, this group is friendship group, indeed. But of course there is official policy of the EU vis-à-vis Arctic, because this European Parliament, for instance, reports on Arctic policy or so-called European Commission's Arctic strategy. They are absolutely official EU documents and plans. Well, the
leverage.
Yes, it's different. Of course, there is direct one, because and the main tool is EU budget. In this sense, there are quite many infrastructural projects, energy projects, all other social, humanitarian projects, also scientific ones, which are going on in Arctic, which are fully or partly financed by different EU budget lines. Then there is, of course, legal. Yes, there are 3 countries who are members, but at the same time, Norway and Iceland are not full members of the EU, but they are, in this sense, very close to the European common market. They are parts of Schengen area, for instance, and it also means that they have lots of joint obligations from legal point of view, also what concerns the territories and what's going on in the territories. There is, of course, quite strong, I would say, diplomatic or political power behind, because when I spoke that, well, Russia is there and US is there and more China, then it's obvious that if you look from Europe's point of view, if there is Finland alone or Sweden alone or even Denmark alone, well, they don't have such a power. When the counterpart also in Arctic issues for those other big powers is European Union as a whole. And it also plays a role in security issues and the more in all other issues. So that I would say that these are concrete examples, but behind is, of course, the notion, how big or how powerful one or another player is. When we speak about military point of view, yes, there is NATO, but also majority of NATO members are also EU members. During last years, we witnessed very close also cooperation in field of defense between EU and NATO, so that this is also part of the game. So that maybe I would say that yes, this impact is in all these spheres, and without, I guess, presence of all Europe behind also our concrete member states who are in the area, their position and potential could be much weaker.
Kind of like China.
Sorry?
We're kind of like China near Arctic.
No, we are in Arctic because EU is in Arctic. Denmark, Finland, Sweden, they are in Arctic.
Vladislava, please. Wait a minute, please.
I have a question to Mr. Paet and also Professor Fritjof Mellum. And it can be experienced like a little bit challenging, but I strongly believe in deliberation and discussion, and I feel that we didn't have so much discussion during the conference. So
now we have.
Now we have. Yes, thank you. So moving, I've been involved in research in the Russian Arctic since 2001, and a lot of time I have spent in the most militarized area in the Kola Peninsula, following reindeer herding. So that's where the Soviet and Russian nukes are. And I don't think anyone have had an illusion that Russia demilitarized. It's been involved all these years into kind of a continuous militarization, or at least resistance to demilitarization. And definitely it's built up starting since maybe 2010, even if not even earlier. Nevertheless, there have been this expectation that environmental cooperation for peace, inclusion and cooperation between indigenous peoples is kind of creating a platform for peaceful solution of issues and field for discussion. I don't have the experience, like moving through postdocs at Tromsø University, at Uppsala, also in Germany. I don't think that the position, at least among social scientists, have been one of naivety or kind of lack of pragmatic understanding of the utilization of resources. I think that the idea have been that it is a space and a platform for peaceful cooperation that can be used in cases of escalation. And I'm curious of your comment on that, if that's a kind of correct and more nuanced understanding. And also, my question then is, do you believe that kind of strong militarization of the European Arctic with the participation of all European countries and kind of strong industrialization and dehumanization of the area is going to be a solution to the kind of escalation that we are experiencing today, not only in Russia? Russia is an extreme case, but also in other Arctic countries.
To me?
Yeah.
To you and to Professor Friedrich.
Yes, maybe others also
Everyone.
want to say. Yes, please. Yeah.
If I may start, then, well, my position is that unfortunately it is impossible to take out one big part of the world, like Arctic, and to think that there is completely different life, completely different relations between countries, completely different relations between the people as it is elsewhere, for instance, in Europe. If I look at, also practical developments during last few years in Arctic, well, it was not Europe, it was not Finland who started bringing illegal immigrants to northern sphere from very southern countries to up north and to push them over the border to Finland, to Norway, knowing very well that this is creating huge problems. It was big part of hybrid war of Russia against immediate neighbors in north, with whom they're supposed to be, big friends and not looking at all other developments in the world. The same militarization of Arctic. Again, the question is why? Why Russia invested huge amount of finances to rebuild its military presence in Arctic? I guess that if you look at Russia, they have lots of other places to put money. Why they decided to create this area? I would, in this sense, if you look at all this Putin's regime steps, then I guess the parallel with Nazi Germany is completely adequate. Would anyone think that although, yes, Nazis were bad, Hitler was bad, but we still continue cooperation in here or there? Or even, the war was over, and if, for instance, Hitler's government would continue in Nazi Germany, then everybody would think that now we go back as nothing happened. I guess that it's even not imaginable. And it is also the case with today's Putin's Russia. We see what happens with the places and areas where this kind of political regime sees and feels weakness. This was the reason why they attacked Ukraine, why they attacked Georgia before, and so on. So that's why, at least temporarily, also the counterbalance in Arctic areas is needed. Otherwise, if this kind of regime sees weaknesses, where anyway they have provoked also during more peaceful times. We all remember when they put the Russian flag to on the bottom of the sea on the North Pole, exactly. And it was the times when more or less there were no tensions in Arctic, but still they did it. So that in this regard, my answer to you, unfortunately, is that yes, the situation is so that we cannot, create completely different atmosphere or sphere for Arctic. So everything is too strongly linked to Earth and indigenous people, who Putin sent and still sends first to die in Ukraine. People from minorities, including the same indigenous peoples, because they have simply no voice even in Russian society.
I understood that it was a very good question, and then the other... Yes, please reflect.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I don't know if I have so much to add concerning the indigenous people here, but about the militarization of the Arctic. First of all, when it comes to Svalbard, it's supposed to be non-military. No, the treaty says that there should be no military actions there at all. But we know, for instance, that the Russian helicopter airport at Kapir, it was there was a base of military helicopters. You can see the difference between the civilian and the military helicopters. The rotor is on the left side and on the right side. Yeah, so they were military, and you all know about this new modern air base they have now on Franz Josef Land. Why do they have that? And there's been a lot of talk about what, in a critical situation, how to get control over Svalbard. And of course, the best thing you can do is get control of the airport. Then you have control of the whole Svalbard. And for Russia, it's easy to get control of that because it's a longer distance to the Norwegian mainland than from, for instance, from Franz Josef Land. So it's difficult to tell exactly what the Russians want there, but at least much of the activities they're doing are related to military activities.
Yeah, please.
So I'm going to give another dimension to this story because there's no need to repeat of previous good ideas. So even if we don't realize it, so we are very much dependent on a Mother Earth. We are vitally dependent. So if we don't have resources, natural resources, we just die because we are part of nature. We are not separate of nature. So in that respect, in order to get a sustainable development in terms of ecosystems, I believe some channels should be maintained, even if we think it's sort of unethical. So for example, we have a fishery stocks, which we are sharing, and imagine what happens if, so we are managing from our sides and other parts, so we have zero understanding what's happening. So it's, but as it was said already a day ago or so, or was it today? No, it was yesterday, that actually we have these sorts of official channels and these should be maintained even if the regime is not the best we think. And then I also acknowledge that to kill relationships, that's easy. So you can do it within a minute and then it's gone. To build up relationship, it depends on a culture. If you go to Japan, it might take generations. So maybe it's more easy in Europe. And then in order we are able to maintain a bit of relationships. So maybe in future, like in 20 years' time or 30 years' time, so we can start collaborating quicker because when it comes to planet Earth or planet Ocean, actually, because you have more ocean than this land, then we don't have too much time left. So we have to act.
Okay, please.
May I broaden things a little bit too, ladies and gentlemen? Thinking geographically, the Arctic does divide very well into the Eurasian Arctic and the North American Arctic. A lot of the problems, ourselves in the Eurasian Arctic, are very substantial. Think of the North American Arctic also, with the United States, Canada, and Denmark. And think of what might be happening in those circumstances. Northwest Passage, very minor as the waterway goes now. Last year had the maximum number of ships ever. It was a whole 41. The Panama Canal gets 20,000 and the Suez half of that. The Northeast Passage, likewise. There's traffic, but we don't know the numbers. These things are very rarely revealed now. It's some of the old days from that point of view. The stability and circumstances in those two aspects of the Arctic are so vastly different. And the militarization, the action, and to some extent the response mirror each other in that basis. To go even further and broader, think of the other polar end of things, the Antarctic. The treaty has worked very well. For many countries, the idea, to put it in the vernacular, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But now, I'm going to say Russia and China again, even damage to the Antarctic Treaty is coming from present circumstances. That broadens it to the entire Arctic and some of the South. Thank you.
Thank you. There was a more question in the audience. If it's actual now, please. Okay. If no, let's go back to our conference. Maybe if we are trying to do some conclusions, yes, let's start from here. Okay, let's do it.
May I come back to the conference and change the subject again, ladies and gentlemen? The 40th anniversary book and the display in the Maritime Museum. One of the excellent things about this was a map in the front part, the back part, the end pages. The number of Estonians all around parts of Svalbard, all over the Antarctic, places have met and known people here, colleagues and otherwise. The efficiency, working in cooperation with other countries, has had things very well distributed, and those two maps tell a lot by just looking at the 2 pages. That, I think, brings us back to a 40th anniversary.
Okay, please.
My take and wish. Like coming from a small non-Arctic nation, I said I'm from Bulgaria. I have been personally questioned many times, including from Estonian colleague anthropologists, why I'm involved in Arctic research and have kind of spent my life and career on that. And I personally believe that the Arctic is a global concern. Most of the pollution, I had the numbers in my presentation, I didn't have the chance to show them, but most of the pollution in the Arctic is produced in other parts of the world. So the negative impact it has on local populations comes from us. Climate change is affecting severely the Arctic and other areas of the world. In addition to rights of kind of liberal rights and freedom to involve in whatever research and curiosity we want, I think that there is a very strong justification, and not only that, but a responsibility to pay attention to the Arctic and to do research there, and cooperation is definitely the key word. In addition to this, I would kind of express my wish at this anniversary, and as I said, of the Polar Club reaching this honorable age. My wish is that on the basis of some shared historical experiences of domination, and also of the kind of acute situation we are now, and you mentioned indigenous people and their situation, and I just published something in German on kind of using the concept of ethnic and cultural genocide over indigenous people in the Russian north. I would strongly recommend that one of the directions of cooperation of Estonia is to become an advocate of cooperation and inclusion of indigenous knowledge and indigenous politicians into the debates of the Arctic. But also I would like to think that as scholars we have a mission toward doing our best to actually look for other solutions to this escalation rather than the destruction of the Arctic through kind of overexploitation of the resources, their unsustainable use, and through militarization, which is threatening to extinction indigenous people. Literally, the Russian case is a very good example here. Thank you.
Fritjof,
Yeah,
about
thank you.
conference, conclusions, please.
Yeah. So I would like to focus on the natural sciences. That's my field. And during this conference, I think we've heard a lot of interesting things. We've heard a lot about emerging technologies, new tools that you can use. And I think that's important when you're working in remote areas. It's difficult to get in situ sampling. So all these new sensors and new equipment is very useful, and apparently Estonian scientists have done a great job there in innovation. We also heard about modeling of systems, this digital twin things and new algorithms for, data mining and stuff like that. This is very important. We have also heard about species distribution modeling. Now you can model multiple species before you only could handle a species at a time. That could give us a lot of insight if you put in, the scenarios of changes in the environment. Then you can see how maybe the vegetation, the communities of animals will change or might change. We also heard about, the response, the time between you detect something and you can do a response. And also when this can be translated into political or policy changes, that has to be shortened, that time span, and also the researchers need to be better to convey their results into your political actions. That's probably very tricky. Another thing that I noticed was with some very interesting new data about plant-plant interactions in relation to climate change. But if you look at the whole system, so the plants are eaten by animals and there's a whole food chain. And if you have some changes in the climate changes, you might also disrupt the sequence between the phenology, the timing when you have the peak growth in vegetation and when you have the peak number of animals and so on. And the second thing I would like to say, for instance, in the northern hemisphere, there's no a big change in the water masses that probably other people here know more about. But for instance, in the fjords of Svalbard, you have Atlantic water instead of the Arctic water, which have a very different flora and fauna, and predators that are dependent on prey, like plankton. They are now another food source than before, and can they handle this? And so we need more research on this, or if the system is going to be disrupted. So this is just some comments from me.
Okay, thank you. Jonna, please.
So I tried to give a bit broader view, not to focus on my subject, because I very much agree what you tell, both agree. But we tend to act in isolation. And with this, I'm not meaning that, for example, anthropologist is not meeting a marine biologist, but more like that science is not meeting policymakers, and when we have lots of entrepreneurs who don't know about the policy or science, and so you have this disconnection. And then it is absolutely important to bring all these different disciplines together. And this can be super challenging because you never know who are your presenters. So if they are focusing deeply in their subject, other people find it very boring because they don't understand it. But if they are too generic, it becomes simplistic. So it's not really telling anything about the subject. But if this is done in a good way, as it was done in this conference, that's a big success story. So thank you again, being here and contributing.
Rico, please.
Well, for me, well, first of all, I mean, I'm truly impressed by this conference. I've been away from the Estonian research scene for a while, working abroad, but having seen how much good polar research is being done in Estonia is truly inspiring, and how diverse it is. And I completely echo what the previous fellow panelists have already said, so I'm not going to repeat that. But I think that, well, of course, everything is linked, and having worked for a long time for Svalbard, everything is politics, even research. So you start doing it, it's very quickly you get into politics. And ultimately, I agree, it's all about resources. So it's oftentimes the research and science gets used to disguise the true ambitions, which is all about resources. And that's why the interest in Arctic has sort of kicked up, and there are big nations, hungry nations for resources, are moving into the Arctic, and us as a scientists, and it is important to keep these communication channels open, even if it is on a personal level. When the official channels, when the official diplomacy breaks down, and we end up sort of ultimately, who has bigger guns has the resources. That's how it is. We should try to avoid it, but nevertheless. We live in a world that is hungry for energy, hungry for resources. Everything depends on it, and we are exploiting them as there is no tomorrow. So we sooner or later we will wake up, or the planet Earth will wake us up. So that's the yeah. You can put me in a pessimist box if you want to, but that's how I see things at the moment. But to come back to the conference is that I think really Estonia has a lot of potential in Arctic research if we bring this under the same umbrella, and yes, if you have more room in your friendship club, we can establish another friendship club here as under the Estonian Polar Club, for instance, and become active in more in this way, and bring these different branches of Arctic research, because it's we need to be reminded how diverse it is and how linked everything is that yesterday we talked a little bit about, and Kersti Karjula reminded that, well, maybe scientists do not doing enough informing the public. Well, we kind of do, but then again, it's everybody does it from their own perspective. But these are complex issues, and everything is linked together. So it's we cannot make these messages too simplistic either. So it's and we have to understand that, well, it's we cannot use the climate as an excuse, for instance, for this overextensive use of natural resources to like, I just have to say this example here out loud, is when our Estonian Agency for Forest Management had a sort of a slogan for a while, is that the harvester operator is a climate hero. Jesus Christ, we really got the knickers in twist here. This is, it couldn't be further from truth. Clear-cutting forest does not fix the climate. It's quite the opposite, and we have to, and what we saw from the presentations today is we are part of the ecosystem, we have to live with it, but our footprint is way too large. I mean, the other species are dying out, the biodiversity is disappearing because of what we do on this planet, and we have to take, step back and try to be more conservative in this way, and live as part of the ecosystem, not as a user of this ecosystem. Otherwise, it will end sooner or later. Thank you.
Thank you. Some remarks from audience. If no, we have, the time is running very, very quickly. Maybe the last question is about the future. We have spoken about the future so or so, but there is two things of my mind. One is scientific part, and the other is, let's say, so political. Maybe most important for us here in the conference is scientific part, but nevertheless, there is impossible to talk about the future if we are not talking about the policy situation and all the situation in the northern part of the earth. So that who wants to say some? Yes, please. Yeah, that's, yeah.
Okay.
I think that maybe it's better to do so that everyone can quickly say some words, because the time is running. Yes.
Okay. Futures. So
yes.
now I try to be a scientist, because I was I've been discussing two broader things. So being a scientist, among us also resources very much limiting, and not necessarily like money, but time, because we lack a lot of time to make good choices, and then a lot of people are talking about data, but I would like to add another dimension: data and knowledge, because data is just a number, knowledge is a description of numbers. So we need, as a scientist, to develop better and more efficient technologies, how, with the limited resources, to extract different sort of information, and then to try to collaborate with all these different disciplines to develop nice models, sort of scenario models, that can be used to predict different types of futures. For example, we have a scenario: militarization, demilitarization, colonization, decolonization, all those things, along with natural ecosystems. And then these should be communicated very easily to policymakers, like a digital twin. I had a talk earlier this day, and then should be sort of web-based, simple, fast, and so on. I know it's sort of ideal thing, but it's doable within a few years to come. So I think that can be a very good message from the science part, because then policymakers can use it as a sort of bulletproof vest, you know, because they know that their decisions have been made based on a best available science, but they still considered multiple scenarios. And so they picked up those who are giving the economical profits, because we can avoid it. And at the same time, we are saving the nature as much as we can, maybe even restoring. Thank you.
Rico, you shall add something.
I can add, I can continue. I agree very much. I mean, the future of if we talk now about the research and as I said, my field is a seafloor mapping a lot. I've been in the editorial committee of the IPCAO, the International Bathymetric Chart of Arctic Ocean, for over 2 decades, and there is another big seafloor mapping initiative, Seabed 2030, that has an ambition to map the entire seafloor of the entire planet by 2030. With modern methods, and that is defined as having a bathymetric grid 100 by 100 meter resolution. And for the Arctic Ocean, we just released its version 5 with that resolution, and actually backed up by real data is only 25% of it. So the rest is coming from other indirect methods. It's far from the truth and from the resolution we actually need. And what we actually need for, let's say, sea floor mining and all these resource exploitation that will come sooner or later. And it is very important to have these things, these agreements, the data-based, science-based agreements in place before we move in and start exploiting them. Because if we do that, otherwise we will destroy the ecosystems, we will destroy the planet as we know it. So it's and the future is very much in technology. I mean, we see that in warfare, we see that in research, all these unmanned or uncrewed platforms, sensors, artificial intelligence, and machine learning, pattern recognition. These are the keywords that will define the future research. Thank you.
Thank you. Fritjof, about the future, some words, please.
Well, I totally agree with the last speaker was saying. So, but I think in addition to that, we are moving in the right direction. We might need some more money, of course, but we need international cooperation. Yesterday we talked about the next polar year, which could be, it's only 8 years from now. And we have some experiences from the previous polar year, which was very positive, I think, but it also learned us that you need to plan in advance for several years to get the funding. But it's also important that, you know, the international organizations that we have are working well, and at the moment there is, I'm not sure what's going to happen. But all the bodies that are dealing with this, like SCAR and IASC and others, and has to be fully operating in order to achieve this. So, but I think that all countries, and especially also the EU, should start already now to think about how it's going to fund the next International Polar Year, or Polar Decade, as it was talking about also. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Pratt, shall you say something? We have, you can see the watch is there. We have altogether 8 minutes, but
no worries.
Yes.
In Parliament, we have 1 minute maximum in speech time.
Okay. Maybe 3 minutes. It's
okay.
Good.
Well, from one Arctic country, from Finland, filmmaker Aki Kaurismäki recently said about the future, well, that there is no reason to be pessimist as there is no hope. So that in this regard, everything seems very easy. Well, on more serious note, although this was, I guess, quite serious, I guess that in the future, when we speak about Arctic, then I absolutely agree what Professor Normet said, that it is very important that science people, politicians, also business people, they have to be much more together in this regard. What to decide, how to handle all this very quickly changing situation with Arctic, because impact is global, impact is huge, but still, for my taste, it's a little bit still too much so that, well, scientists are there having their own conferences and discussions. Politicians only mostly based on emotions do something, and business people, of course, they look at their profits. And it's not enough, the frequency, how often they, in this sense, get together and somehow there is, to say, real discussion between these branches. For Arctic, I see another risk coming. Because of all this, well, climate change is what we already see, is that northern areas are more and more popular for regular tourism, because it's simply too hot in southern countries. So that already, I guess, last summer and a year ago, we saw that even during summertime, not only in winter, but also summertime, there are more and more tourists coming to the Northern Europe, including Arctic. And of course, also all this cruise ships issue, if there are more free waters and so on and so on. So that I see actually that there is another risk for Arctic approaching when those masses of tourists change direction where they go for 1 week or 2 week packages, because simply of climate change. So that, and it's again so that it's, I guess it's better to be prepared than again when already something, well, bad happens, deal with consequences. But yeah, lots of things, at least in foreseeable future, will depend what is the situation with European security, and as this war, Russian war against Ukraine, killed lots of cooperation and contacts, so that the sooner this ends, the sooner this regime ends in Russia, the better is hope that we can restore this cooperation also what concerns Arctic and including indigenous people in the area.
Thank you. Vladislava, please.
I have to say that I fully agree with the previous speakers, and I think that science, including social science that I represent, should communicate to politicians and to businessmen and to kind of economic actors. But nevertheless, as an anthropologist and also part of my research profile, and also as a teacher, I teach courses on justice and different aspects of justice, like environmental justice, social justice, and so on. I also want to speak for the people. And I want to say that people are the majority, and politicians are accountable to people, and they are also electable.
Politicians are people as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. I agree with that, but not everyone, like the majority of us are not politicians, but politicians are accountable, and they're also re-electable, right? So in this sense,
in some countries only.
that's where I'm coming, exactly. Yeah. They should be in an ideal world, they should be. So in this sense, I think education, and here I mean education as part of our job, because I believe most of us are also teachers in one way or another, but also kind of opening up for more popular writing in relation to social justice, to rights, can contribute to kind of solving some of the issues we are talking about, and is of ultimate importance. And it is part of our role as scientists, and also should be done in cooperation between different disciplines, because here we did not address a lot of the problems that actually the world is facing today, which is dictatorships, which is corruption, which is the power of political doctrines that are not so much subjected to humanitarian rights and justice. So this is something that I see also as our job.
Thank you. Robert, please.
So very briefly, the technology, I think, is extremely important. The population, indigenous and otherwise, about 80% of the population of the Arctic isn't indigenous. The people who are there are going to feel much of the effects. And we've had very much a look around of the different regions, north and south. It was a brilliant collection and very assorted.
That's it. Okay, from my side, I can only repeat, of my mind, the most important is energy, and two parts. One, how to get more energy for the people, and the other, how to manage with this energy that we have too much in our planet now. That's the question of my mind. And you see, time is over. What I can to say in very conclusion, of my mind, if I said yesterday, not so bad, maybe today I can say that it was rather okay. So that thank you for all panelists, thank you audience, and our conference is closed now. Thank you.
Can I have a 10-second positive note? Finalizing this, because we still have a few seconds left.
Yes, sure.
Good. So the positive note is that we all believing that we are destroying entire planet Earth. But eventually, if we continue like this way, humans get killed. Some species survive, no worries.
That's
with this happy note.
With this happy note.
And we have a complete agreements because we're all in graveyard, so it's
okay.
Perfect.
Aita, thank you.